Talking with you 10 to 2. That's what we do, and we appreciate you being here with us. However it is you take in the program, we get it. Summer's here. Kids are off school. They're driving you crazy all day, and then you still have jobs and bosses and things to handle throughout the workday. So if you're locked in for 4 hours, appreciate you. You're the MVP. If not, checking in and out, we understand, or going back and finding our podcast wherever it is you get your podcasts. Cecil Lammy remains off this week. He'll be back next week after his hiatus in July. So we got our buddy Will Peterson sliding in here today, sitting in for one Cecil Lammy. And Will, we've got a ton to get into. You and I have been doing this dance and got to hang out together in studios several times, so should be a fun show. And I'm fired up you're here today. Thanks for making some time for us.
Yeah, of course, Dover. Good to be here with you. I had to adjust my chair. I did not like the way I looked on our YouTube channel. My hairline was bothering me.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm a lower, make sure people know I'm not going bald, at least not quite yet.
Yeah, Stokes always got the hat on over there, so he don't care.
He don't
what
care.
It looks like. By the way, for all of you lovely ladies out there that just love, I walk in and B Stokes shirtless, just doing whatever he's doing. Probably golf or some fancy television hit. You know those guys will. Fancy TV and golf courses. So
Oh, yeah. Is he still shredded?
I'll plead the fifth. I'll plead the fifth on that one. But he's accomplished way more than I've ever accomplished. So what should I say? We do have a ton to get into today, Will. We'll have some fun with Broncos off-season conversations. You alerted me to one of the ESPN lists that are out. We're going to get to that coming up a little later on in the program. I wanted to start the show with a conversation because there's a new player in the Mile High City to talk about. And I don't think it's this, oh my gosh, look at what the Denver Nuggets have done. But I think it's worthy of a conversation. The fact that they go out and get the Defensive Player of the Year in the Euro League. And he's 29 years old. Alpha Diallo is taking a chance, really, on the Denver Nuggets. Because one of the articles I read, he left about $5.5 million on the table to come over here to play with the Denver Nuggets. You remember Faco Campazzo?
Faco Campazzo.
Campazzo. Wow, that was weird.
Like when people wanted to knock Nikola Jokic that one year, it's like he's playing with Facu and Will Barton. Calm down.
Yeah. Any basketball team that has Will Barton on it is not a good one. But they go get the EuroLeague Defensive Player of the Year. He's 6'7", 210. I guess if you're into the cool little stories, he went to high school for 1 year here in Denver at Frederick Douglass Academy before he moved east to New York City. But I watched some of his tape yesterday. I mean, I looked at YouTube and some of his game highlights and things like that. I'm sure you did the same, Will. All right, he plays hard. He moves without the basketball. He's going to get some buckets in transition because guess what he's going to do? Play, because he has to play. Mm-hmm. And I think there are two takeaways from me from this move. All right, I like the fact that he's 6'7", 210, can get up and down the floor, and is known as a defensive specialist. Literally exactly what they need. He's a 29-year-old Euro player. There's a reason he's been in the Euro League for his entire career and never even sniffed, tasted, took a cup of coffee from the NBA. It's because he's not good enough. His offense is bad. He can't shoot the basketball. He can finish at the rim and run and play defense, and that's about it. But if that's all he has to do, all right, cool. And it checks the box of the Nuggets need guys that can play for $1.4 million this year, and he'll do that.
Yeah, I got to say, at first I was very intrigued by the Defensive Player of the Year in the EuroLeague thing because the Nuggets don't play a lick of defense.
No, they don't.
So if you want to add some defense to this squad, that's not the worst idea in the world. But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I'm grasping at straws. 10 days ago, we were talking about LeBron James and the Denver Nuggets, and now we're, with all due respect to Alpha Diallo, we're going to get excited about the Euro Defensive Player of the Year.
That's a good point, dude.
How quickly things change. So, sure, I'm not going to knock him. Like you said, he played some high school ball in Denver, so that's cool at least. But we're not in this for the cool stories. We're in this to throw parades. We're in this to win championships.
Amen.
We're in this to surround Nikola Jokic with the best basketball players on earth. And Alpha Diallo, I don't know if that is the case. The other thing in this, Dover, I think this means that Spencer Jones is probably gone because the dude you were just describing when you laid out who Diallo is sounds a lot like Spencer's
Jones. A better offensive player.
Yeah, that release is ugly.
Yeah.
So you said this guy can't shoot. I would say if you watch Spencer, you go, he can't shoot, but the ball goes in.
He's a wacky waving inflatable arm man shooting the basketball, but it does go in.
But he gets buckets. Yeah. So this guy's going to have to make some shots. Look, we're at the point of the offseason with the Nuggets where a guy like Diallo would be more intriguing to me if he was the last guy on your bench.
Yeah.
And I'd feel like, okay, sure, take a flyer on this cat. And if you have a night in Philly where only 7 guys are available, he gets to play. not a dude that I'm seeing yesterday through a lot of folks on Nuggets social media and in Twitter that I trust, that this guy's going to be in the rotation. Seems like a pretty big leap for a 29-year-old who, like you said, has never sniffed the NBA to all of a sudden be in a rotation on what is, and I'm putting in air quotes, a championship contender.
Dude, he just can't shoot. He cannot shoot the basketball.
Like percentage-wise, like are we talking?
He had 2 years of his Euro League. I was looking at his Basketball Reference international stats where he shot north of 40%, and he was shooting 1-3 a game. So you know what it is, right? It's just he's going to be left butt naked wide open in every single 3-point opportunity, and he might hit, 1 out of, we'll call it 3 out of 10.
Right, and that doesn't inspire confidence in today's NBA.
You don't even have to guard him. So the spacing situation that the Nuggets have a problem with does not get solved.
Sounds like Christian Brown 2.0. They're just going to dare you to shoot the ball. So do I like the Nuggets front office thinking outside the box? Sure. Euro Defensive Player of the Year, I get it.
They have to, honestly. Their hands are tied behind their back because they're the Cronkies.
Because they don't want to pay that second apron. But is this guy realistically going to get those Spencer Jones minutes? Or is it going to be one of those things we go into the season thinking that, and then after 10, 12, 15 games we go, oh, there's a reason this guy's been in Europe this whole time. He's not an NBA caliber player. Then that puts David Adelman in a tricky spot because he's got to go, who are my 8-9 guys that are actually playable on this team?
Which is the same problem they ran into with Facu. He was such a liability on the defensive floor because he was 5'2".
Yeah.
That just doesn't work.
Earl Boykins towered over Facu.
Yeah, right. Earl's winning a jump ball over Facu right there. So, yeah, is what it is. They're in the position that they're in because of the money and the financial situation. A guy that's 6'7" and wants to play defense. I like that part of it. He's only $1.4 million. I like that part of it, too. I'm talking myself into the 1.4 because I'm playing the cards that the Cronkies are handing me. But a 6'7" defender that wants to play defense, I really like that idea. But, I mean, how often do you put him on the floor? Because he's just an absolute liability on the offensive end. The other thing, I watched a little bit of the Summer League games. I didn't grind too hard over Summer League basketball this weekend because I have friends and a life. But no, just I guess that was full
I have
disrespect.
things to do besides watch Summer League basketball.
I'm sorry, Alex. Alex watched the entire Minnesota game. That's the game I watched a bit of. Trevin Brazile couldn't play, shoulder injury.
Here it goes.
He looked bad in the first game, the little bits that I watched. Then I saw the shoulder injury. I'm like, okay, in a weird way, I sort of feel better because you sucked the night before. And if that's the reason why, okay, all good.
And then, you're already hurt, so you fit in nicely.
Yeah, right. Par for the course here for the Denver Nuggets. Bryce Hopkins showed some create his own shot ability in the Summer League. That doesn't translate, Will, and you know that too. Right to NBA, I can go create my own shot on the second unit, but there's a little bit of an intrigue there. He's strong. He's big. He can get to the rim and finish around there if he gets an opportunity to play. But just like we said about Alpha Diallo, the Nuggets are looking for guys 12, 13, and 14 on the bench to make less than $2 million. Alpha, Brazile, and Hopkins are going to do all that. They'll leave the 15th spot open. They'll tell us it's for a buyout market, and then they won't buy anybody out, but they'll tell us that so that they can save a few dollars.
Yeah, and you having 2 second-round picks and a Euro player all of a sudden get guaranteed spots on your roster.
And they're playing.
We thought last year, depth with his strength. I don't think depth's a strength this year when you lay it out that way. And in terms of the Summer League, I've watched Hunter Tyson get buckets in the Summer League. So, yeah, there's every once in a while there's something you should take stock in. But all these people who got all excited about Bryce Hopkins is pump the brakes. Pump the brakes, folks.
Alex, did you get fired up for it, your Summer League?
No, I'm ill. I'm sick. I just wanted to watch basketball and was like, these guys have the jersey that I want to see. I wasn't excited in the slightest.
No.
And I guess it was Minnesota, so part of me was also like, maybe I'll feel some sort of
There's
solace.
Some juice there?
No, there was nothing. I just couldn't help myself. It's a train wreck I couldn't stop watching.
Summer League's great if you're in Las Vegas. Summer League, come watch my rec league team play. You'll save some money and get the same amount of basketball going on.
It's a great point. The quality of the basketball in the Summer League is alarming. You go from watching the NBA Finals to that, and you're like, this fell off a cliff.
I really like your line to start the show. Somebody on the RamosLaw.com text line's laughing at it, too. We're talking about LeBron a week ago, and today it's Alpha Diallo for the Denver Nuggets. My, how things have changed in the course of 7 days. All right, we'll keep the conversation going. We want to hear from you guys. Hit us up at 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. hit us up there. Use your name on the end of your text. That's going to get your text read a little bit sooner rather than later. Tell us who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck. That's what Tribe Roll Call is all about. We want to give you and your shout out a little, your company a little shout out on the radio, especially if you own that bad boy. Same deal on YouTube. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Get it on Tribe Chat, fueled by Sean Ponda, and it's the same situation. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? Will Peterson and I are hanging out until 2 o'clock, and we're fired up to be here. All right, Will, all these top 100 lists are coming out. We're going to get into a couple of those coming out right now. It's the NFL dead season, so where are Broncos landing on these lists? Is the roster getting the credit that it's due this time around? We'll tell you coming up next.
With the Broncos bringing back J.K. Dobbins and drafting Jonah Coleman, is there an important piece that fans could be sleeping on?
It just seems like RJ Harvey's been the forgotten man in all this. There were things he did last year that maybe didn't blow you away. He was a rookie. I'm one that refuses to bury a guy until I see how he comes back for that second year. Because for a lot of these rookies, that rookie season is just one big whirlwind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Is your health telling you it's time to lose weight? High blood pressure, rising cholesterol, joint pain, or more medications don't have to be your future. Colorado Fat Loss can help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days and keep it off. Schedule a free consultation at coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to have a conversation about our top 100 lists that are all over the place. They're out and about right now. NFL.com does theirs. Everybody goes to the NFL top 100 because if I'm remembering properly, Will Peterson, who's sitting in for Cecil, this is player voted.
Correct.
Over at NFL.com. So that one matters a lot, where the only Bronco to show up so far has been Zach Allen. And he was in at the top 70 there was Zach Allen. So as some of that information starts to come out, we'll share some of that. NFL Network's releasing 70 through 61 today, and it's slowly but surely trickling out. They've only got 70 right now, and there's not a Bronco on it. But these lists are out. CBS Sports does theirs, and you look at the teams that have the most players. Well, the Broncos are the second most. They have 6 players on CBS Top 100 list. They match the Lions, Seahawks, Niners, all with 6. The Eagles actually have 9 players, which is strange. Of like, if you put I guess the top tier teams of that list, I'd go Seattle, Denver, and Philly, and then Detroit and San Francisco, see what they're going to turn into. The players on CBS list is Pat Surtain at number 11. Interesting, he's not in the top 10. Bowles at 26, Quinn Miners at 42, Nick Benito 58, Zach Allen 77. He was 73 over on the NFL side. And then Bo Nix in at number 87. One with PS2. Is it weird that he's not in the top 10?
Yeah.
The best cornerback in the entire NFL, and that's a marquee position, right? Quarterback's pretty important in the trenches, and then corners, right? How is he not inside the top 10? I think CBS got this one wrong.
And a former Defensive Player of the Year on his resume. You look at what he did to Jamar Chase last year in a Monday Night Football game, held him to 1 catch for 8 yards.
I forgot about that.
He doesn't put up the sexiest stats necessarily because teams are so afraid to throw his direction. And when they do throw his direction, he makes plays like he did against the Green Bay Packers and makes you pay with a big-time interception that completely turns around the football game. So I do think that Pat Surtain is absolutely a top 10 player in the NFL, provided QBs are not weighted more heavily. You know, there's some of these lists do it like, well, QBs are weighted more heavily. Well, then all the top 25 guys should be quarterbacks because if you don't have a QB in this league, you don't have a chance. Mm-hmm. But if QBs are not weighed more heavily, then yes, Pat Surtain would crack my top 10.
Yeah, it's a kind of a crime that he's not in there at the top 10. And then you go, all right, the 2 offensive linemen in the next order here at 26 for Garrett Bowles, 42 for Quinn Miners. I think there's this thing that we do locally, especially with Bowlesies, because holding number 72 lives in the back of all of our minds, that you go, well, at least for me, Will, I'll let you speak for yourself, but I look at that in 26 and I'm like, damn, that's impressive because the national audience has gotten over what we've not been able to eliminate from our thought process yet. But if you go back over the 3 years, probably 4 years, Garrett Bowles has been one of the top tier left tackles, again, premier position in the entire NFL.
Oh, he absolutely has, and it still blows my mind that 2 years ago he had to go to the podium during training camp and campaign for a new contract. I remember being there, and Bowlesy just answer after answer after answer is like, I'm in Denver. I want to be here. They know my agent. They know how to find me. I remember I ran over to you and Cecil, and I'm like, you got to pull the Garrett Bowles audio. Like, this is a dude who desperately wants to stay here and get another contract. Now, obviously, the Broncos ultimately did that. Garrett Bowles will likely finish his career in Denver, but it just goes to show you, even 2 years ago, that bled all the way into camp. That had to have the player go to the podium and campaign through the media for a new deal. So he's done a lot of overcoming holding number 72, which you're talking about 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Right.
But even as recently as 2 years, he's that rare player, especially at the offensive line position, that is getting better as he gets older. He's aging like a fine wine.
I wonder with Bowles, and this just popped in my head as you were describing it. Like, all right, I'm trying to put myself in the team's position of you go, man, we got a really good one, but our team really sucks. Are we going to, maybe not even overpay, but are we going to give a top contract to a left tackle when it makes zero difference on our team? I can kind of understand the juggling act they'd have to do inside that building.
The only thing I'll say is that was going into Bo's rookie year. So if you thought you had a prize in Bo Nix, then you did want to lock up the left tackle.
Which Sean did.
Yeah, what Sean did. But you're right. If it had been the year before and Sean's like, I don't care if Russ falls on his ass a bunch of times,
yeah, hit him hard.
I don't need a left tackle. So honestly, drafting Bo Nix probably made Sean and George go, okay, we like Bowlesy. We got to make sure we give this young kid some protection. And obviously, I think Bo and Garrett Bowles are good buddies now.
All right, Quinn Minor's next at number 42. Then we go to the defensive side where Benito lands at 58, Zach Allen at 77. And to wrap it up, it's Bo Nix at 87. And again, this is the CBS article. NFL.com's doing theirs 10 at a time each day throughout this week. And I believe it'll be through next as well. But, so Will, you see the names. Just rattle them off for the tribe out there. Of all those players, PS2, Bowles, Miners, Benito, Zach Allen, and Bo Nix, 6 players on this list. How many of them are going to climb the ladder for this year and be higher than they are right now?
Yeah, I would think probably all of them except for Garrett Bowles, and that's not a knock on Garrett Bowles. That's just his age may ultimately catch up to him a little bit, but the rest of those guys, they should still either be in the prime of their careers or entering the prime of their careers. Zach Allen, people go, he's got to slow down at some point. I don't think so. He has more QB hits than any player in the NFL over the last 4 seasons. He has 9 more or 8 more, I can't remember the number, than Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is by far and away the best edge rusher in the NFL. I guarantee he's on the top 10 of this list, and Zach Allen has hit the QB more times than Myles Garrett has. He was involved in the biggest trade of the offseason, moving from the Cleveland Browns to the LA Rams. So I would expect all of them to continue to move up, especially because I think the Broncos are once again going to be good, be a contender. And I do think the stink of the last decade is finally wearing off, but you can't tell me it's not on there still just a little bit. Even last year, everyone, is Denver for real? Is Denver a fraud? They were the 1 seed. They went 14-3. They repeat that performance this year. The stink of the decade post Peyton Manning, before Sean Payton and Bo Nix will finally be gone.
Well, and it's also the you're bad for so long. A lot of people still question what Bo and Sean are together. And then I always forget the number, 11 one-score wins. I get that as a Broncos fan and part of the Bo show. I understand why there'd be some questions about 11 one-score wins because you're like, one weird ball bounce and that's the other way, and you're not in the postseason. Yeah. So I could understand that. I would look at it as, I think Nick Benito can get up a little bit higher. I mean, he had 14 sacks.
He could get a lot higher. This is a dude who's in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year, and he's 58.
That's what I'm saying. He gets invited to the party, the ceremony.
Right.
And is at 58. We're talking about quarterbacks, trenches, cornerbacks, pass rushers. Those are the premium positions in the NFL, and the Broncos have one of the best. I think 58 is pretty disrespectful.
I think it's low for sure, and if Nick goes out and has another 14, 15-sack season, is in the conversation for DPOY again. I mean, if Myles Garrett is in the top 10, then I'm not saying Nick Benito's Myles Garrett, but he should at least be in the top 30, would ultimately be a goal for him. So he could shoot up this list 30, 35 spots if everything goes well in 2026.
Oh, that's a huge jump, too.
Yeah, but if he wins Defensive Player of the Year, you can't not have your Defensive Player of the Year be a top 20-ish player on these lists. So Benito's one of those guys, he got hurt by the Hackett stink, right? That first year with Nick Benito was so underwhelming. Well, guess what? The coaching staff was garbage. It was terrible. People were saying, is this guy a bust? No, he was nowhere near a bust. It was the fact that he had the horrible luck of his rookie year was aligned with the year of Nathaniel Hackett in Denver.
That's exactly right. All right, want to get to a couple quick texts. Our girl Cindy and Parker asked about our T-shirts. I'll tell you about those in a second. And then also says she got shut out of training camp tickets. Won't be there for the first time in 25 years. If you have anybody selling extras or giving them away, please send them my way. We're going to do that as often as we can on this show. If anybody in the tribe is like, hey, I can't go, I have these tickets, text us, tweet us, YouTube, tribe chat, hit us up over there, and we'll try to get people, we'll middleman this and get people contacting each other that are in the tribe. So, Sydney, if you stay locked in here on this show, we're going to do our best to help folks because it's just a limited ticket thing.
Yeah, and don't sell tickets.
Don't do that.
Jerk.
It's a jerk move.
They were free. You got them for free. And they sold out, I'm putting that in air quotes. They were gone in a half hour Don't be that guy who's like, I'm going to go rob people the opportunity to go and then turn around and sell them. Because what are you really going to make? $100? Is that worth the karma? Come on. If they're free, just give them away because you got them for free.
Karma, that's the word I like. You're asking to get a flat tire driving away from that cell if you're trying to sell those tickets, and you deserve it. Joe's in Loveland. He's working for AWP. He's a traffic flagger controlling east-west traffic on County Road 42 today. He says, we're the best show of the day. Thank you so much for that, Joe. We appreciate you rocking with us. What's good, says Isaiah. He's up in Broomfield doing some concrete work today, locked in on 104.3 The Fan. Isaiah, keep it cool up there, and hopefully you get to lock in with us all day. But Cindy, we are doing T-shirts this Thursday from noon to 1 p.m. is the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. Going to be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Oh, it's a beautiful location. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. That's DenverSports.com/shirt. So get up to Golden tomorrow, Cindy, and grab you one of those T-shirts. All right, we'll continue to catch up on the RamosLaw.com text line as well as Tribe Chat with you guys on Tribe Roll Call. But Will, the 2024 draft class is now eligible for a contract extension. I think there are three names that certainly we could make a case for extending. Which of the one would we pick if it was only one? That's coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Will your money last as long as you do? Retirement should be about enjoying life, not worrying about outliving your savings. At AJM Financial, we build retirement strategies to help protect and grow your savings, reduce risk, lower taxes where possible, and maximize your income in retirement. Schedule your complimentary retirement confidence review at 800-467-0737, 800-467-0737, and tune into Adam Moeller's Mile High Money Radio Saturdays at 8 a.m. on 104.3 The Fan.
What's up, guys? It's Zach here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSeal fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
Hey, Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs. Unlawful arrests, the police putting body cams off. The evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5155. 888-978-5551.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is CHIP, C-H-I-P. Text CHIP to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's CHIP to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, hanging out with my buddy Will Peterson today. He's sitting in for Cecil Lammy. And we wanted to get into a conversation about the 2024 draft class of the Denver Broncos. And of those players that were selected by the Broncos, who would we give a contract extension to? Really, I look at the names here, Will, and I'm talking about 3 guys. And one of them is Bo Nix. So it's like, well, if I had to pick one, it's obviously going to be Bo. But we're going to tie money into that conversation too. So I'll go Bo, Troy, and Jonah Ellis. With Bo, I feel like I know. I'll let you answer for yourself again. Can he be better? Absolutely. Must he be better? Yes. To get this team over the hump and get to the Super Bowl, Bo Nix has to be better than what he was a year ago. They have to score some more touchdowns and not in the fourth quarter when it's nut-cutting time like they did a year ago. So Bo, yes, absolutely. I'm in the business of giving Bo Nix a contract extension. What kind of money? That's where we'll have a conversation. Troy Franklin and Jonah Ellis each have flashed as players that can be pieces on this Bronco team. And if things go south or continue to stay that direction with Jonathan Cooper, Jonah Ellis's role might be, hey, right now you have to do this. With Troy Franklin, a 700-yard season a year ago, what's that look like moving forward? Does he bump it up 800, 850 yards? Does he flirt with 1,000? So, Will, if you had to pick one of these guys to give a contract extension to, and let's say they match the season they had this year, they go to the AFC Championship game. Bo's there, but they don't win. You're still talking about a guy getting his team to the AFC Championship game in consecutive seasons. That comes with a hefty, hefty number to pay that quarterback. So what kind of yearly salary are we talking about for Bo Nix? And would that turn you off to want to extend one of these next 2 guys before Bo?
Yeah, if Bo plays this year and stays healthy and the ankles are good and they go back to the AFC title game, you have to back up the Brinks truck. You make the NFL's version of the Final Four, you pay those quarterbacks all day, every day, especially if they do it 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
I know he couldn't play in it last year. It wasn't his fault. Broke his ankle against Buffalo. That's $55, $60 million a year. It's basically Bo named the number. We saw what it was like after Peyton Manning retired and the mockery graphics that were made with carousels,
that's right.
Of Broncos QBs. We cannot afford to go back into that purgatory.
Luckily, they stopped being asked to be on national television.
At some point,
and that went away.
but then Russ came here, and it's like, oh, we're going to let you embarrass yourself on national TV 6 times, and they certainly obliged, especially in the Hackett year. So, yes, in your hypothetical, if they go back to the AFC title game and Bo's ankles hold up, you pay him whatever he wants, and then you deal with the rest later. You're lucky to have the richest owners in the NFL. You're lucky to have a guy in Sean Payton who, whether people like it or not, he can manipulate the salary cap. He just can. He's good at it. And maybe the bill comes due one day, but you know what? If we get 2 Lombardis out of the Bo Nix era and then the bill comes due,
Who
all
cares,
good,
right? Yeah.
whatever. If this franchise can hoist, number 4 and number 5 in the history of the Broncos, I'm all for it. So, yeah, if they get Bo Nix healthy and he is good to go, then you have to pay him. With Troy, I don't know if Troy's going to be on the team this year, Josh. Like, that's my biggest thing.
Really?
Yeah, they're going to trade a wide receiver.
700. Oh, okay.
They're going to trade a wide receiver. No, I'm not saying he's getting cut.
Yeah, I was like,
no,
whoa,
no. He's
dude.
certainly not getting cut. He's certainly not getting cut. But last summer, they surprised all of us when they traded Devon Vele. And I think this summer they're going to trade either Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims. Obviously, Waddle, Sutton, locked in.
Yep.
Pat Bryant going into year 2, I think they really like him. Although we said Vele going into year 2, they really liked him, and then we got blindsided. But between Bryant, Franklin, and Mims, I expect one of those 3 to get traded this summer.
I can't give you too much pushback because this show, we've talked about them wanting to get rid of Marvin Mims for, it feels like a year. Maybe not get rid of, but not include. So what's the next, logical option?
I would extend Mims and trade Franklin. That's what I would do. And
because of special teams?
Because of special teams, and also go through Bo Nix's highlights in his career as a Bronco. I'll give you 4 plays that I guarantee you come to mind right away. The 94-yard touchdown against Cleveland, who was on the receiving end of that?
Marvin.
Mims. The 2 in Cincinnati in that epic game, including the bomb down the middle and then the 1 in the corner on 4th down, both Marvin. The most important touchdown of last season was scored by Marvin Mims with a minute left in the divisional round against the Bills when you were down 4. He rolls over some camera equipment, grabs his back,
That's right.
but he hangs on to it. Those are like, Bo has more highlights than 4, but those are 4 premium highlights that Marvin's involved in. I would challenge anyone. Give me 4 Troy Franklin highlights off the top of your head. You better come up with 1 or 2. You're not coming up with 4.
You know what everybody thinks of first is the drop or the Buffalo. The Buffalo first postseason.
In Bo's rookie year,
Yes.
they got up 7-0.
Because he throws a bomb to Troy, and Troy actually
Troy.
caught it. But that whole year we went through, why can't Troy catch the ball?
Yeah, so I think the Broncos are going to come to their senses. And I think they're going to extend Marvin Mims and trade Troy Franklin.
You know what? I hope you're right because the examples that you just laid out are really, really good. Major moments, milestones for Bo Nix and Marvin Mims. But every time Sean's asked about Marvin Mims, like, yeah, I got to get him involved more. Yeah, you say that every single time. Eventually, you're going to go, oh, he's on another team getting involved with someone else. And something else that Sean always says that is the prime example would be Marvin Mims. We'd hate to lose this guy, and then he go be productive somewhere else.
Well, then just pay him.
Guess what he's going to do somewhere else?
He's going to produce.
Yeah. I like Troy Franklin a lot, but if you put it that way, if like I'm picking between one of those 3, I might move Troy because I think he and Waddle are so similar as to what they're going to do as far as their football assignments are.
Correct. Yeah, I do think that the Broncos will trade a wide receiver. It may be Mims, but I don't think you can go into this last year without Mims unsettled. He either needs to be extended or he needs to be traded. And that's something that you remember you did this show last summer. You guys talked over and over and over again about Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito. What's going to happen? All 3 of them got paid. We haven't talked as much about that this summer. What's going to happen with Mims? What's going to happen with Mims? Because he's not as high profile, but in my eyes, and I think in your eyes, he should be more high profile. Yeah. He is an electric player on your offense. He's produced time and time again. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Maybe there's friction there, but on the football field, what we all get to see on Sundays, Marvin Mims balls out.
Yeah, he's a great football player, and especially the special teams element that you're adding. They went and got the UFL kid, was a cornerback and a kick returner, but again, just like we talked about with the Nuggets guy, Alpha, he's in the UFL for a reason. He's not
fit
Marvin
your narrative.
Mims. Oh, crap, Coach. He's right about that. That one does fit my narrative.
Go look at what Marvin Mims did on that punt return touchdown against the Raiders last year in Vegas. He was dead to rights, and he took it to the house. The UFL guy's not going to do that.
No, he's not.
Just not.
I like that you had some Marvin Mims plays loaded and ready to go. Nice work, Will Peterson. And then the other thing about Bo Nix, there's 2 quarterbacks right now that make $60 or more million a year. I would say I'm a little hesitant to, again, you get to the FC Championship, that's the market. You have no choice but to do it. And Greg Penner, we won the lottery when it comes to owners in this town, so that's the luxury we all have. But I'm intrigued to see kind of what that looks like. Bo at $60 million, even as much as I believe in Bo, it's a little. I go, I don't know if I'm ready for that quite yet.
The problem is you're going to have to be ready because this is the time where you extend these guys after 3 seasons. We don't want to deal with 5th-year options and all that crap. You don't want to piss off Bo Nix.
I guess
you just pay him.
Let's say, hey, you get him to $55 million a year, and then 2 years into his contract, it's a team-friendly deal again anyway.
Right.
I hope Bo can live off $55 million.
I was going to say, is that going to make anyone lose sleep for Bo Nix? Oh no, Bo only got 55.
Yeah. I feel like he'd be okay.
It's like these Payton Watson conversations. Everyone's like, oh, what if Payton only gets 20? I think Payton will be just fine with his $20 million a year.
I think he'll be all right with that life in Denver or wherever it may end up. All right, I want to wrap up hour number 1 talking about what's going on tonight, plus a look back at the Rockies draft. He's not here today, but we got to give Kevin Kistner a little credit. He called the shot on Friday, and the Rockies followed suit with one of the guys he wanted in purple pinstripes. So we'll hit on that and the home run derby. I want to ask Will Peterson. I want to ask the tribe. Does anybody care about the home run derby anymore? Is this must-watch television? That conversation's coming up next.
Should fans and media look past a certain thing when it comes to Peyton Watson?
It's a gamble that you have to take if you're the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, and don't we have to get over the fact that it's a $25 million a year deal? I know it. The money is insane. It's stupid. It is reckless. It is foolish, okay? I get it. I hate to say it, but $25 million a year isn't that much.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303 Law 4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business through and through. Owner Ron Gibbous gets the privilege of working with his sons. Great for him, great for their family.
It has built our family relationships. I did it to work with my sons. When I started the business, I had a full-time job already, working 4 on, 4 off, and the 4 days off, I wanted to be with my boys. I wanted to teach them how to work. I wanted to spend time with them. I wanted to build our relationships, and it has totally done that.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Taco Bell's new jalapeno citrus salsa, the sauce with main character energy. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only, while supplies last.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's a good one too, Alex. We'll get to the part for Cecil, right? Is this a song? This is a song. Little Philly cheesesteak moment in this. It's coming up.
Puts me in a good mood.
Little boys to me. That's nice, right? Here it comes. It's coming up right here. Bam! And all the Philly steaks you can eat. I'd sign up for that. This takes me, any of these songs is what music is so great. It takes you back to a moment of time. So, Will, you and I aren't too far off on age. I'm a little older than you, but this takes me back to Niver Creek Middle School at one of our dances. Every single one of us guys on the left side of the gym, every single girl on the right side of the gym, but that song coming on, and I'm like, I would dance to that with Nicole Romero. I would. I'm not going to go ask, but I would.
Shout out Nicole. You and Nicole still in touch?
Not really.
No.
Still like Instagram. Hope your family's well. You know, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's good.
Actually, she lives in like Tokyo now with her Air Force husband who's jacked like a tree.
That's cool. But middle school crushes, sometimes they never die. They never die. You still have a special place in your heart there.
Just remember it forever.
Yeah.
Right? All right, my buddy Will Peterson hanging out, sitting in for Cecil today. Keep your texts coming with Tribe and Trucker Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for $1? If you're a trucker out there, add what you're hauling, because y'all make the world go round, and we appreciate that. We'll get caught up on the text line and the Tribe chat in just a couple of moments. But Will, the Rockies draft went over the weekend. Again, the draft in Major League Baseball is the dumbest thing of all time. I actually kind of like some of the changes coming in baseball, but the draft is real stupid. On Friday, Kevin Kistner, he did his research, right, Alex? He had names for us. He's like, I got 2 guys that I really, really like for the Colorado Rockies.
He's scouting 18-year-old prospects.
He was.
Good for Kev.
And one of the guys was a catcher in Daniel Jackson, and he talked about him being a Golden Spikes winner, all the accomplishments he achieved in this last year playing in the SEC at Georgia there, and a Georgia native. Kev was talking about, hey, this is a guy that can come up, can be a player here within the next few years because of the bat and all the implications that Coors Field brings to us. And then at number 37, that's exactly who they selected. So they get themselves the catcher that Kevin had his eyes on. In the first round, they picked a right-handed pitcher, another catcher, which is interesting, a right-handed pitcher, but with pick number 1 at 10, which is the lowest they could have gone because of these new rules, they went shortstop, which I thought was, weird, considering how there are no pitchers in the pipeline of the Colorado Rockies, and you probably should have used as many picks in that first round as possible on pitchers rather than 2 catchers, although I'm fired up for Kevin getting his guy.
Yeah, good on Kev for getting a pick right, but yeah, if you have the number 10 overall pick, I don't know how it's not an arm, right? And this
it almost has to be.
It has to be an arm, and this is sort of Paul DePodesta's first test. Now this draft, we won't know the results for, baseball. It's 5-6 years till you really can make a accurate assessment on it. But the trade deadline's coming up as well, so that'll be a huge test for DePodesta. Look, could the dude be the next Troy Tulowitzki or Trevor Story? Maybe. I hope so. Those are the 2 greatest shortstops in franchise history. Both of them had a lot of success. Tulo took the Rockies, helped take the Rockies to a World Series. And, of course, Trevor Story, they made back-to-back playoffs, and Trevor was hitting bombs and making plays on defense. Ezekiel Tovar, we were sort of hoping he was going to be that guy. It's kind of fallen off a little bit. But yeah, unless you fell in love with this dude and you thought, hey, you know what? He was supposed to be a top 3 pick, and we can get him at 10. We got to do the old BPA, best player available.
Sure.
Then we have to do it. I'm not going to pretend to know much about Major League Baseball draft, but yes, I'm with you. On the surface, it's disappointing with the number 10 pick. The Colorado Rockies did not select a pitcher.
It's baseball and hockey. You go, all right, cool. There's a player, there's a name. I can go and look at tape and read about history, but they don't really matter for 2, 3, sometimes 4 years as far as the big league club goes. And I mean, Will, we know what the game is. You and I look deep into these affiliates and minor league things, but the everyday fan gives no you-know-whats about those players.
No, and you already have exciting guys coming in Charlie Condon and Jackson Holiday. Hopefully, I know he's out the rest of this year.
Or Ethan,
excuse me. Yeah, Jackson's with the Orioles. Ethan Holiday, Cole Carrig has come up to the show and made some noise. So you have a lot of those guys coming. Who's the arm that's coming? Chase Dollander. Well, he's done for the season.
At least a season.
At least a season. Like, his career could get derailed by this. You don't hear about that. And Blake Street Bombers, all that, it's all fine and dandy. You're not going to win that way. If DePodesta is going to create a legacy of the first GM to ever win consistently at a mile high in Colorado baseball, he's got to find arms. And they don't have any arms at the big league level, or maybe 1 or 2.
Sugano's good. He's 37 years old.
Exactly. He's not going to be here when they're good again. So that's my biggest concern is, who are these arms in AA and AAA? I don't hear a lot about them. I hear a lot about position players. So why did you add another position player and not a pitcher?
And then as far as tonight goes, home run derby. So it's the home run derby, all-star game tomorrow, ESPYs on Wednesday, and then things start to pick back up coming up on Thursday and Friday. Plus there's some FIFA matches, so that's big ones for semis coming up. Tomorrow and Wednesday, I believe. And
yeah,
then
but
finals on the
both
weekend.
1 o'clock, so people are not real happy about that.
At the same time?
Well, no, but they're 1 o'clock during the day.
Oh.
So everyone's like, I'm finally back at work. Like, my summer playtime's over. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
And then people have to be reminded the world does not revolve around America, even though the games are in America. They want them at logical times for the people overseas watching them, so they don't all have to wake up at 3 in the morning.
Like, what do you mean, man? I'm the most important person in the world,
Yes.
Will.
Whereas the folks in England, I don't know exactly what the time difference is. I think it's like 7-8 hours. You know what they're going to do? They're going to go watch their team play at 8 o'clock at night. That makes more sense for them. If the United States was better at soccer, maybe these games would be in prime time.
Yeah, and they aren't better at soccer, and they're not going to be better at soccer anytime soon. So tonight, you have Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper as the hometown boys, Junior Camarero from the Rays, Ben Rice from the Yankees. You have a few of these players that you're going to recognize, name recognition. I just don't know, Will. The home run derby has lost a lot for me. Now, and I'm also the same idiot that watches the dunk contest, the skills challenge, the three-point shootout, even the celebrity game on Friday night of the NBA All-Star game. And I get it. I'm weird for that. But I love basketball. Especially you deny my guy Hunter Goodman. I don't know that I'm going to watch a second of the home run derby, and it sounds weird.
No, I don't blame you. I remember, gosh, this was 16 years ago. I was interning at a TV station in town.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say the guy's name, but I was eager beaver intern. You know, like coming in to do my shift because I was cutting stuff for the show that was going to go on TV, and it was the Derby. And I'm like, what do you want me to cut from this Derby? And he just yawns, literally yawns, goes, give me a highlight. I don't care. This was back in the day when the local TV people didn't have to do all their own work. They just got to put their feet up, and the interns did all the work.
Write my script, put it in the prompter, I'll read it, get all the credit, and cash that check.
Exactly. And it was such a buzzkill because I'm like, oh, this guy's my idol, and he doesn't care about the Derby. That was 15 years ago. Maybe it ruined it for me. I don't care about the home run derby. I miss the derbies from the late 90s and the early 2000s. Yes, that was my childhood, but what did that also have? Steroids.
Yeah.
And that made the home run derby so exciting. You remember Mark McGwire in Fenway Park just hitting bomb after bomb over the Green Monster? Or even a little bit later, Josh Hamilton in Yankee Stadium coming back from everything he went through in his life. Derby's got no juice. I think they finally changed the rules. We're back to outs. We're not on a clock anymore.
No clock, it's swings. So like 20 swings in the first round. I think it's 15 every round after. And if you hit a home run on swing 20, you get to keep going until you don't hit a home run, and that's your final swing.
I prefer 10 outs. 10 outs was my favorite format. And then also I know Bryce...
Because they gas out, you think?
Because they gas out, and also like the pressure when you're at the ninth out, you know, and then they're taking pitches, and Chris Berman, back. But Bryce Harper suggested using aluminum bats for the final baseball.
What?
Did you not catch this?
I did not.
Yeah, Bryce is like, let's use aluminum bats, and it's like, dude, you're going to kill someone.
Yeah.
And I'm not even
there
saying
are children fielding the balls.
hyperbolically. Your exit velocity is what, 110,
Yeah.
115? With an aluminum bat, it's going to be 145.
Oh my
so you're either going to kill little Billy in the outfield trying to shag it, or some drunk idiot sitting 420 feet away. You're going to hit a frozen rope, and it's going to hit him in the face and kill him. Aluminum bats, not a good idea, Bryce.
Not at all.
Not a good idea.
Just hit the home runs the way you normally hit the home runs.
I do want to laugh a little bit at Dante because you brought this up on the 3 count on Friday, I remember.
Correct.
And you were like, Dante, do you like this? He's like, oh, it's super dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, but I still would love to see it. It's like, oh, awesome, dude.
Well, young Dante, athletic head on a swivel. What about old dad that's tired as hell because little Johnny woke up at 6 a.m. fired up for the home run derby that day?
It was a bleep them kids moment from Dante Gomez.
It absolutely was. Now, could they hit baseballs literally out of the stadium with aluminum bats? Maybe. So would 600-foot home runs be cool? Sure. If it was at Coors Field, would I like to see a guy hit a ball over the party deck?
Sure.
That would be fun.
Risk reward, though, right? Like,
Exactly.
Risk reward. All right, hour 1 done. Quarter 2 on deck. I want to get into something I read on Sports Illustrated. They ranked the Broncos coordinators as the best in the entire NFL. How can they do that without Webb ever calling plays before? Let's talk about it and what we expect from the rookie play caller coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able. Bring Able to the table.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is about hikes, golf, family adventures, and more. But if degenerative joints or old high school sports injuries are slowing you down, Regen RX can help you out with that. Get 50% off your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps stimulate healing and reduce chronic pain with no surgery and no downtime. Plus, ask about their stem cell or PRP options. Book your free consultation today. Give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co. Again, that's regenrx.co.
Don't miss the Tree Farms Array of Tree Sale now through July 14th. Save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue, spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. And huge savings on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Tree Sale.
You
Come
take
see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696
and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Hey guys, you avoiding photos, not feeling confident in your clothes anymore? Maybe you just don't feel like yourself. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days. It's time to get your confidence back. Schedule a free consultation call at coloradofatloss.com. Results may vary.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Is out the rest of this week and be back next, ready to roll for the rest of the summer and football seasons. Coming up, we want to remind everybody, summer's here, gas prices are getting ridiculous again. Saved a couple bucks for a few weeks. But if you're thinking about a summer road trip, but gas prices are turning you off, let Denver Sports help you out. We're trying to give you a weekly $250 gas card, a possible grand prize of $1,000, and all you have to do is something you're doing right now. Listen to the station. Listen for keywords to be given out every hour when they are. Text it spelled correctly to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you're going to have to win. For complete rules, visit denversports.com/keyword. Let's get somebody hooked up in the tribe with a $250 gas card. All right, Will, I was reading Sports Illustrated, Monday Morning Quarterback's version of Sports Illustrated there, and they have an article up right now where they're ranking the best coordinator duos in the entire NFL, and I think they go 1 through 5. Yep, and all the way down here, all the way up here, I guess I should say, at number 1, the best coordinator duo in the entire NFL resides right here in the Mile High City. It's Broncos offensive coordinator Davis Webb and Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. SI ranks the Broncos offense as 10th best a year ago. NFL metrics will have you think they're 14th best, and I kind of live with that more than SI. Their defensive rank was 2nd according to SI. But here's my question. I like the optimism. We try to be pretty optimistic on this show. How the hell is Davis Webb the best offensive coordinator in the NFL and has called one preseason game?
Yeah, and I think because it is duos, to your point, Vance Joseph is doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
So he's kind of carrying Davis,
He's
kind of
carrying Davis Webb because Vance Joseph has an actual legitimate NFL resume. In fact, I think it's kind of a shame that Vance Joseph wasn't seriously considered to be a head coach the last couple of years. I know he got a handful of interviews, but that could bleed a little bit into the Rooney Rule. Our team's unfortunately just checking a box by interviewing VJ. Are they actually serious in interviewing VJ? Vance definitely deserves a second shot to be a head coach again in this league.
Agreed.
He wasn't prepared for the moment in Denver all those years ago, but he also didn't have a lot of favors done for him. We don't have to rehash that entire conversation. I think most of your listeners understand that. But VJ being one doesn't shock me. I think it just shows you how well respected VJ is, that they can be one as a duo on this list, with Vance dragging Davis all the way to the top. This is not a knock on Davis Webb. I'm excited about Davis Webb.
Me too.
I definitely think Davis Webb could be a head coach someday in this league, but Davis hasn't proved it. Davis was playing in this league just a couple of years ago. Talk about a meteoric rise, and a lot of that has become because of how much Sean Payton likes him. He found the perfect situation, so kudos to him for coming to Denver, working his way up, and eventually landing the role of offensive coordinator. But, yeah, when you tell me they're one in the whole league, do I know all 64 coordinators off the top of my head?
I don't either, no.
I don't. But the fact they're one just makes me think, okay, Vance Joseph is far and away the best, and because we're all excited about Webb, they earn the honor on the top of the list.
And SI is pretty much saying exactly what you just laid out. Their first reason as to why these guys are 1 and 2, it'd be no surprise if these two coordinators are just back to or are head coaches in 2027, especially if there's a lengthy playoff run. Webb is regarded as one of the league's next offensive gurus. They thought that was validated after Payton promoted him from quarterbacks coach to coordinator after to avoid losing him. Payton handed him play calling duties, a move that was not easy for any coach. So it's almost that, of the 64 coordinators that are out there, if you were betting today of who has the best chance to get a job, I'd probably go with it. Vance Joseph at the top of that list, and Davis Webb almost got a job this year without even calling plays. So if he's somewhat successful, Will, you know how it goes. He's going to jump to the top of everybody's wish list and interview list immediately as soon as the season's over. Let's call it February 15th.
Yeah, definitely. If the Broncos offense is humming and clicking on all cylinders, and Bo Nix takes yet another leap in year 3, and they're back in the AFC title game, or hopefully they're in a Super Bowl and hoisting Lombardi, Davis Webb is going to get looks, because what do NFL owners want? This isn't even GMs. This is owners. They want Boy Wonder, right? They want the next Sean McVay coming into their building and turning around the culture. Do I agree with that? Not necessarily. Like, put it this way. Say the Broncos' offense is good this year, but the defense is great, and they win a Super Bowl. Offense good, defense great, they win a Super Bowl. Who deserves a head coaching gig more? Who will get a head coaching gig? Who deserves it more? Probably VJ.
VJ deserves it, but it would be
Who will
Davis.
get it is Davis. And that just
offense sells. Offense is sexy.
Exactly. So, look, it's a good quote-unquote problem to have. We're going to be writing a lot in December, January, February. So-and-so got an interview here. So-and-so got an interview. Like, that's going to be the case. Both these coordinators are going to get a lot of looks. I just feel like, unfortunately, Vance Joseph's window may have closed to be a head coach again, while Davis Webb's is just opening.
I also look at the Davis Webb, he's going to be a head coach, and everybody's like, oh, it's automatic. He's going to be head coach. At some point, I do believe he will. I'm not so sure this is just like a one and done. Davis is going to call plays for 1 year, be a stud at it, and then leave the Denver Broncos. And I think there are a few factors into my opinion on that. One, I don't think he's going to come out of the gates and just be the greatest play caller in the NFL.
And those first 6 games are hard.
The schedule's hard. That's a really hard job.
Mm-hmm.
Will he have an emphasis on running the ball? Will he continue to kind of look at it through a lens from Sean Payton and want to shine with Bo rather than a balanced sort of offense? And then there's the question of, let's say he's good at it, all right, and you get offers. Will, you and I can put ourselves in that situation. I'm having to consider staying in Denver and waiting out Sean Payton because of what I said earlier, winning the lottery of ownership. I want to work for the richest people in the world. That's what I want to work for, the richest radio station owners in the world. I'm not sure where we rank right now, but I feel like we're doing all right.
We're doing pretty well.
Our owners are doing pretty good for themselves. I want to work for rich guys because they have the money to take care of it. And when I need a raise and all the stuff I want for myself selfishly, they can check that box and write checks literally. So if you're Davis Webb, is this like no, I'm one and done because I just want to be a head coach? Or do you play the long game at all and go, Sean's 62 and shaking on the sidelines over there. I'll take this job when he's done.
The only thing I'd say on that, if we had had this conversation a month ago, I'd totally agree with you. But Sean Payton just got a 5-year contract, right?
But then also in the Wickersham article, he says, if we win another one, I can walk away.
I know, but I also think that was Sean on 17 Coca-Colas, in the middle of January, all excited about a playoff run. That's the thing we have to remind ourselves. Wickersham's article came out in July, but this was when they were in the heat of the moment trying to win a Super Bowl in January. They ripped up his old deal. That got lost in the shuffle. People are like, is it a 5-year extension? No, they took out his old deal. He and George are now tied together the next 5 years. I don't think Sean signed that unless he wants to coach, at least 3, if not 4, hopefully all 5 of them. And by that point, Davis may say, I do have to go somewhere else. So you're making a lot of sense in terms of head coach in waiting. I just think a huge wrench got thrown into that when Sean Payton got a new 5-year contract extension.
I would be looking at it, though, if I'm Davis, of like, hey, it's a long waiting game. But if I'm good at this, my first coach contract is like $80 million.
And I'd rather do that than go coach the Jets or the Browns.
And get fired and then never get another chance again,
Exactly.
live like VJ's living.
So it would have to be the perfect situation. Like, what if, and this is just a hypothetical on July 13th, because that's what we're doing on July 13th.
Yeah.
What if Andy Reid retired and Davis Webb could go coach Patrick Mahomes? Then he'd be a moron to not go take that job. It would be, you're right, it would be a lot about the fit in the situation for Davis Webb. But yeah, if he wants to play the long game, that's better for Broncos country. It's better for us. I'll take it.
All right, at 11:15 and 1:15 every day, we're looking at a Broncos player, position group, or coach. We've not talked about him outside of his legal issues in a long time. So let's talk football with Jonathan Cooper if he has that privilege moving forward. He's the player we're breaking down today. If he plays this year, what are our expectations? That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent. And that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots,
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This segment on The Fan is built by Denver Deck Builders.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I'm seeing some fun text for Tribe and Trucker roll call here. We're going to get to a few of those. Will Peterson sitting in for Cecil. If you want to continue to hit us up, telling us who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck out there today, the RamosLaw.com text line is always open, 303-713-1043. You can put your name on the end of every text. That's going to get your text read a little sooner. And then the same deal over on YouTube. I've got that up. I'll get in the stream right now. Participate in Tribe Chat fueled by Sean Ponda at youtube.com/DenverSports. Hit us up over there as well with Tribe and Trucker Roll Call. Our dude Joe in Golden says, just dropped my buddy off at the airport after a fishing and a camping trip. That's awesome, Joe. The Nuggets will win games, but how can you be excited about them when you know they had no chance of making it to the finals? That's well said. It's the old, David's the coach. You're not winning a championship with a high school coach.
Yeah, it'd be fun to win 48, 50, 52 type games next year, but sort of that inevitable, are they going to lose in round one or round two? Unless something massive changes. LeBron James is still out there. Peyton Watson is still out there. I think they'll go 50-32. They'll be the 5 seed. They'll lose in the first or second round. Yeah. And it'll sort of be that old, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
In a prime era of a generational player, as Nikola Jokic. Phil Sr. and Phil Jr. He calls him Phil around here. Delivering cabinets and countertops for L.A. Woodworks, driving all over Denver today. I like when they use the cease line. Keep it frosty, fellas. To the Phils, you guys do the same exact thing. Mike is running around and what is he doing? In dump semi-hauling aggregate. Long-time listener. Mike, appreciate you. And again, the truckers make the world go round. We are done without y'all. All right, well, I wanted to talk a little bit about Jonathan Cooper. The conversation with Jonathan has obviously been, well, stay out of legal trouble. Stop knocking on that lady's door. All the things that came with the Jonathan Cooper story. I know it's a part of it, but if he plays, and there's the part of it, it's still an if in my mind. We'll see what these court dates bring. But if he plays, let's talk about the football player for a second. And I don't want to say ignore, but put that to the side for this conversation.
Can I add one thing to that
Please,
real quick?
yeah.
So I was hosting The Drive last week, and on Friday we had Mike Kliss on, and Mike told Phil and I that he's now hearing Jonathan Cooper's trial may not happen this year. It may get pushed back all the way to 2027 because of the extra charges that were added. So this is Mike, top Broncos insider, reporting on the record, on air with Phil and I, Cooper's trial may not happen this year. That definitely could change a lot of things if you can kick the can down the road. So important information I just want to pass along and that we consider.
And Mike, guess where he got that information from? Jonathan's attorney in Harvey. So if that's the case, all right, well, then he is going to be allowed to play, and then whatever happens will be punishable if there's something to punish in the offseason of 2027. So what are we getting out of Jonathan Cooper? He had 8 sacks last year, a half a sack after Thanksgiving. He fell off of a freaking cliff. A part of me goes like, all right, was there drama starting in his life at about that point where he falls off in football? I don't want to say it's not a priority because all of our jobs are going to be a priority no matter what's going on in our lives, but you're not there. You're not you're physically there, but not mentally there, thinking of other things. And that's pure speculation on my part. But You get in all this trouble in the offseason, you have a real crappy part of the back end of your regular season, maybe there is a little something there. He's had double-digit sacks once in his NFL career at 10.5 a couple of years ago. Is that just not the player that he is? Because when I was looking at his numbers yesterday, Will, that's where my brain went of like, yo, I should get out of my head that he and Benito are going to give me 20 sacks as a duo every single year. In fact, I look at Benito and go, all right, you're going to give me 15. Can I get 5 or 6 out of Jonathan Cooper every year and seal the edge and stop the run at the rate that Coop does?
Yeah, they're not Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware.
No.
So let's not act like they are. They're a great duo, but they're not a legendary duo. And that's what Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware certainly are. DeMarcus in the Hall of Fame. Von will knock it down as soon as he retires once he's met the length requirement. I think with Cooper, too, the half sack after Thanksgiving is what is jumping out to me. Because what was the knock on the defense a couple years ago? Oh, they fell off a cliff down the stretch. And even last year, it wasn't quite as noticeable, but there were games.
December wasn't good.
The Jacksonville game, it was like you couldn't stop a nosebleed that day. So I do think, and then to their credit, they rallied to play maybe their best game of the season, the AFC title game. They certainly put on a performance against the Patriots that should have sent the Broncos to the Super Bowl. The offense and Jarrett Stidham did not do its part. But it's almost like Cooper is a product of the rest of the defense. We come out of the gates flying. September's great. October's great. We start getting toward the Thanksgiving holiday. We're still going. And then December, where's Jonathan Cooper? You need a play on 3rd and 4, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 11. Go get a sack. Go flip the field. Go change the position of this thing. And he hasn't been able to do it. You couple all that with, even if the court date is in 2027, is his head going to be on right this entire year?
Great question.
Or is he going to be wondering about updates from his legal team and charges and this and that? And what's the situation with the girlfriend? I'm not saying that you should cut Jonathan Cooper, but I am saying that should be considered heavily by the Denver Broncos, because maybe it's just such a distraction that it's better to not have him in the building. Just get Jonah Ellis ready. Remember Sean Payton at owners meetings said we're going to move Jonah inside. It's like, what are we talking about? I'm dismissing that comment as one too many lattes. Jonah Ellis is not moving to the inside. He's going to be on the outside. Yeah. But maybe there's part of you, if you're even, this isn't even Sean and George. This could rise, and it should rise to the level of Greg Penner. We're just going to cut him and move on so we can get some of these other guys, the Ellises, the Dondrea Tillman, the Q Robinsons of the world, ready to go.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this, honestly, of like, as a guy that roots for the Broncos, I want the Broncos to win all the time. One, it's great for the city. Love the team. Great for what we do for a living. I'm in this weird spot of like, I don't know if I even want Jonathan Cooper on the team, around, as you're kind of saying. But then you go, are they just going to cut him and cut bait? Again, it goes back to now third time we're mentioning this today, winning the ownership lottery of you can just write the check. He did it at an $80+ million tune to let go of Captain Cornball and Russell Wilson. Why wouldn't you do it for, the alleged person that's putting his hands on a lady? So I'm in this spot of like, if Jonathan Cooper doesn't get a court date, then we all have to give him, innocent until proven guilty. That's how our country's built.
Which is a good thing, by the way.
It is a very good thing. But also, as the human being first before this microphone, I'm turned off. I'm grossed out. I don't like guys that are alleged to be hitting women. I don't really mess with any of that kind of nonsense. So it's like stuck in this weird spot between do I or don't I even want him around.
Yeah, and he told a police officer that he did put his hands on
He admitted
her neck.
it.
So that's in, police reports. It's really tricky. It's hard because it is a football conversation in a sense, but it's also what is the moral obligation, if you will, of the franchise? And do you really want to be the team that, well, he's really good at football, so we got to keep him, there's that fine line you have to tread. I'm not saying that the Seahawks won the Super Bowl last year and all 53 of those guys are just the coolest dudes on earth and the best guys. You're always going to have some guys, but you got to find that line, and I want my guys to find that line on the football field and not in other places of their life. So, yeah, it's again, am I pounding the table? Cut Jonathan Cooper. I am not, but I'm also glad I don't have to make that decision because I know they're considering it heavily down the street.
But, think about what we just said. If he's never going to be a double-digit sack guy again, he's good at stuffing the run and sealing the edge. There's a lot of guys in the league that can do that. And you're telling me Jonah Ellis can give me 5 or 6 sacks? Dude, I'll go out on the limb and say Dondrea Tillman with extended time could give me 5 or 6 sacks, and he led the team in interceptions a year ago. Only 2 of them, but still led the team in that category. I think maybe a year ago, it'd be a unfair conversation to go, no, there are guys in the roster that you can plug and play with Jonathan Cooper missing time. how we are today and what his season was, especially the latter part, that's not unfair to say at all. There are guys that you can plug and play with Jonathan Cooper today if he never puts on an orange and blue shirt again in the rest of his life.
Well, and can I go back to that Super Bowl 50 team?
Mm-hmm.
What was Shaq Barrett? He was a good player here. He went to Tampa Bay. He was a great player.
He led the league in sacks.
So what if Jonah Ellis is that? What if with more opportunity, Jonah Ellis continues to rise? This isn't me being fanboy. This is me. Every time I watch Jonah Ellis, it feels like he makes plays.
Yeah.
So you put him opposite Nick Bonito, maybe he's Shaq Barrett, and maybe he does it for you rather than doing it for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Obviously, DeMarcus, was getting towards the end. Once DeMarcus retired, I guarantee you John Elway wishes he had kept Shaq Barrett to pair up with Von Miller. And obviously they went with Shane Ray, and his career never quite panned out to the level that a first-round pick should. So you don't want to let Jonah Ellis get out the door. So if that means cutting Jonathan Cooper and realizing what you truly have in Jonah Ellis, then I think I'm all right with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that situation either. All right, I want to get into a conversation about something our buddy Will wrote this morning at DenverSports.com. ESPN's ranking their top 10 players by position group. They were on quarterback today. Did Bo make the cut? You'll find out coming up next.
With the Broncos bringing back J.K. Dobbins and drafting Jonah Coleman, is there an important piece that fans could be sleeping on?
It just seems like RJ Harvey's been the forgotten man in all this. There were things he did last year that maybe didn't blow you away. He was a rookie. I'm one that refuses to bury a guy until I see how he comes back for that second year. Because for a lot of these rookies, that rookie season is just one big whirlwind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
The most exciting part of being in the jewelry business isn't the stunning diamonds, gemstones, or famous designers.
It's not even the pride of being a part of a family-owned fine jeweler founded way back in 1947.
No, for Shayna and I, for all our jewelry professionals at Williams Jewelers, it's being there.
It's being there when you discover that perfect diamond bracelet for your loving wife for your anniversary.
It's being there for those Mikimoto pearls for your daughter's college graduation.
It's being there when you finally found that one perfect diamond engagement ring that's worthy of the woman you can't live without.
It's being there for you. It's being a part of the most precious, unforgettable moments in your life.
What's not to love?
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Don't worry, Dan, I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come into the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us. 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business through and through. Owner Ron Gibbous gets the privilege of working with his sons. Great for him. great for their family.
It has built our family relationships. I did it to work with my sons. When I started the business, I had a full-time job already, working 4 on, 4 off, and the 4 days off, I wanted to be with my boys. I wanted to teach them how to work. I wanted to spend time with them. I wanted to build our relationships, and it has totally done that.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Don't guess on major HVAC, plumbing, or electric repairs. Get a free second opinion and same-day service from Fix-It 24/7. Honest answers, fast help. Visit FixMyHome.com today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is glove, Glove. Text glove to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's glove to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3.
.com as Will Peterson's filling in for Cecil today. And I want to get into that in just a second. I want to remind everybody that this Thursday, it's our first T-shirt giveaway. It's going down from noon to 1. First giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. We're doing it every single year. Going to be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. So the Santiago's in Golden. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details or find the location nearest you, you got to head to denversports.com/shirt. denversports.com/shirt. Will, I know you've been to Golden before.
Love Golden.
I would recommend, it's going to be, I don't know, damn near 100 every day this week. I'd set up my work schedule to take off the Thursday afternoon, go to Santiago's, get a burrito, get a shirt, float the river. Pretty nice little Thursday afternoon, right?
That sounds excellent to me, especially with the temperatures. My day would be similar, but I would get my T-shirt, I would get my burrito, and then I'd go play Fossil Trace.
Oh, that's pretty good, too. Arrowhead if you got the dough. But
Exactly.
I don't have Arrowhead golf course kind of money. But that, make a day out of it, have some fun, and hopefully you are one of the lucky ones that get one of our training camp T-shirts. All right, so every day at ESPN.com for the last week or so, they've been breaking down position groups and giving their top 10 players at that position. It's not knuckleheads on ESPN that give their opinion. This is like executives, coaches, and scouts that are doing it. We've got the the quarterback list today. Is Bo Nix on this list? Will, it's something that you wrote about. And no, he is not on the top 10 list. He's not on an honorable mention list. Does get a couple of votes here. Now, you and I were talking about this before the show. I'm talking about doing it here on the show. And I always keep it, I just keep it on deck in my notes, like my quarterback rankings, and I update it pretty regularly.
Sure.
Last time I updated it was when the season ended, so nothing's really changed. So we can kind of compare this list versus that one. But in your writing and reading of this ESPN list, what jumps out to you of them snubbing Bo Nix?
Yeah, this is fascinating because, like you said, these come out and everyone gets excited when Surtain's number 1 on corner. Nick Bonito made the top 10. Over the weekend, Garrett Bowles and Quinn Miners both made the top 10.
Zach Allen was 8 on his list the last week.
Yep, and that's fun and dandy, but everyone's waiting for QBs.
Yeah.
Today's the big day. Today's the big day with quarterbacks. And like you said, this is conducted by ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, but it's based on polls of executives, coaches, and scouts. ESPN is just the center for all of this. And I was shocked Not that Bo Nix wasn't in the top 10. Would I like him to be 9 or 10? Of course I would. I was shocked that he was honorable mention, or was snubbed from honorable mention in the others receiving votes category, because that means 17 QBs, 17 guys got more votes than Bo Nix. Can I give you these names real quick of just who's in front of Bo Nix? So you got Josh Allen at 1, Mahomes at 2, Stafford at 3, Burrow at 4, Lamar Jackson at 5, Dak at 6, Herbert at 7, Drake May, okay, we got one to talk about at 8, Goff at 9, Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams made the top 10?
Check that box, rounds out the top 10. The honorable mentions, again, more votes than Bo Nix. Sam Darnold.
The idea of Caleb Williams being a top 10 in the NFL right now is laughable.
I agree. Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts. All 17 of those dudes are viewed more favorably in NFL circles than Bo Nix. Where do you want to begin, Dover? Because there's at least 5 guys I have a problem with being ahead of Bo Nix.
The Caleb Williams one drives me crazy. The Jaden Daniels, I was telling this to James last week, and then me and John Davis on Friday were talking about the same sort of thing of like, this love affair for Jaden Daniels and disrespect for Bo Nix makes no sense to me. Again, Jaden missed a big chunk of games. Everybody's worried about Bo's ankles, and I keep giving out the number 94. He's played 94 games of the 98 he's been eligible to play since he was 18 years old. So stop being a worrywart about Bo Nix's ankles. They're going to be just fine. So that part makes zero sense to me. Bo's better than Jaden Daniels. Today, right now, if I'm picking a new quarterback for a new franchise and it's Bo and Jaden, I'm picking Bo first because his legs don't look like this pin that I'm holding up. Jaden's going to be injured throughout his entire career. So I've never got that, ever. Is Caleb Williams a really good NFL quarterback? Yes, I believe that. Is the Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams fit really, really good? I believe that too. I think Ben's going to get the most out of Caleb the way Sean's getting the most out of Bo. But I'm not going to drool all over Caleb Williams because he did a jump throw and looked like Michael Jordan's logo once. I don't care about that. That's so overrated, in my opinion. Now, I will say Drake May, I've got into this mode with Drake May where I'm not a huge believer in Drake May's quarterbacking ability. But he did just take his team to the Super Bowl. And I have a hard time taking that away from a quarterback like that. So if my list is right here, right now, I'd have Drake in front of Bo.
Okay. But Bo didn't get the chance to face off with Drake May in that AFC title game. And it's not like Drake May came to Denver and hung 31 points on the Broncos defense. They scored 10 points that day, and 7 of the 10 were absolutely gifted to him by Jarrett Stidham throwing the football backwards.
Yeah.
So, and then Drake May in the Super Bowl pooed all over himself too.
He was awful.
Much like he would have here. Like if Bo Nix plays that day, the Broncos win that game 24-10. You know, it's just a no-brainer.
You know what was real interesting? Sorry to interrupt you, but the Wickersham article, going back to that, Sean's like, if we keep him in the pocket and make him be a quarterback, there's no way he can beat us.
Mm-hmm.
That was literally from Sean's mouth.
And he got loose a little bit. He was able to scramble that day.
He had, I think, 60 rushing yards.
Yeah.
The Broncos had 74 as a team.
He was more impressive with his feet than he was with his arm against the Broncos for sure. But let me hit you with this, because this 24 draft class, we can rule out Penix and McCarthy. They're not in this conversation. We're now down to the big 4. Feels like to me Bo cannot crack the big 4. That Caleb, Jaden, and Drake are just the golden childs, and Bo, you're 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
During their NFL careers thus far, Bo Nix has more wins, touchdowns, and yards than Williams, Daniels, and May. His 24 victories through 2 seasons completely blow the other 3 out of the water, as do his 63 total touchdowns, which are 11 more than the next closest in Drake May. He's also the only one to make the playoffs in both years. May, Williams, bad rookie year, good second year.
Mm-hmm.
Daniels, good rookie year, bad second year. Bo Nix has been the hallmark of consistency. So I lay that all out to you. You've got 2 of these dudes in the top 10 in May and Williams. You've got another one in Daniels in honorable mentions. And you've got Bo Nix getting also receiving votes with freaking Daniel Jones and C.J. Stroud.
That's it. That's disrespect.
It's disrespect. So I think when you hear it initially, you go, oh, okay. When you lay it out like all that, Bo Nix being at least 18th, 19th, 20th, whatever he ultimately fell on this list, you hit the nail on the head. The word is disrespectful.
Also, why does Brock Purdy get love on here? Isn't Brock Purdy a product of the environment that he's in? But and then people give him that as a nod, a favorable advantage. But then you have that same conversation with Bo, and it's a knock and a disadvantage. Yeah, but he has Sean Payton. Brock Purdy has Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy is nothing without Kyle Shanahan. So why doesn't that get held against him? And I mean, Baker Mayfield, I know he puts up some major numbers, but he's in the worst division in football and still barely makes the postseason. The Broncos are in the best division in football. Bo won it a year ago and has been in the postseason 2 straight years.
Exactly. He's been the most consistent of all these guys. McCarthy, bust. Penix, bust. The other 3 have only done it for 1 year. Bo's done it 2 years, and he's done it with this team rising. He takes them to 10-7 in the rookie year. First playoff appearance since Super Bowl 50. They lose, but guess what? That's what happens when you're up and coming. The next year, you go 14-3. You secure the 1 seed. 2 home games. That's all you have to do to go to the Super Bowl. You win the first one over Buffalo in epic fashion. Bo throws a huge touchdown pass to Marvin Mims. He leads you down the field after the Jaquan McMillan interception to get you into field goal range. Oh, by the way, a couple of those plays on a broken ankle. And because he can't play in the AFC title game, we're going to punish him, and we're going to put Drake and Caleb and Jaden, and like you said, Brock Purdy. I mean, Dak Prescott's 6. Dak's good. But
I think Dak's pretty good.
Does he get a bump for that that star on his helmet?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Is the gap between Dak and Bo 6 to 18? Is it 12? No, it's not. Not in my eyes. Justin Herbert, 7. Bo Nix has won more playoff games than Justin Herbert. Why is Justin Herbert 7? Just because he's the golden child? Why can't Bo be the golden child? So it just feels to me like this was a popularity contest.
Yeah.
A lot of politicking going on. It wasn't done on actual results. And some of those numbers I hit you, including the touchdowns, which I saw pique your interest. 63 total touchdowns from Bo Nix, 11 more than the next closest in his draft class, Drake May. So even you can say, well, he took him to the Super Bowl. Well, in 2 seasons, Bo has 11 more touchdowns than Drake May.
And we're not talking 3 or 4. That's 11 touchdowns is a pretty significant
That's
number.
66 points. With extra points, it's 77 points.
It's I do want to go over, like I said, I have my quarterback list that I've just been sitting on. Let's do that at noon. Revisit this because I actually have some similar rankings, and I'll let you pick that apart coming up at noon. In the meantime, we got to check our what's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the crew. I got a fun tweet about the Conor McGregor situation that we'll share coming up next.
Should fans and media look past a certain thing when it comes to Peyton Watson?
It's a gamble that you have to take if you're the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, and don't we have to get over the fact that it's a $25 million a year deal? I know it. The money is insane. It's stupid. It is reckless. It is foolish, okay? I get it. I hate to say it, but $25 million a year isn't that much.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here. Got to talk to you about Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a game changer for me a few years ago. When I was getting into my 40s, I started to have brain fog, no energy in the morning because I couldn't sleep through a full night. And one of the biggest problems was my sex drive going away. I didn't want to live like that. I wanted to be a modern-day male, and I'm going to challenge you to do that same thing. Our dads or grandpas are great. We look up to them. You want to look like them? You want to have similar body problems that they had? No. The answer is no to that. That's where Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in. They can help you out with your low T, just like they did with me. Now with these body composition programs, they can transform your body. They can get your body to perform the way it never did before, then elevate and ascend and get some of those results that you've never got. It all starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinics.com, setting up your first appointment and talking to a Colorado licensed medical provider. Get your first appointment scheduled today. Get your T levels figured out so that your brain fog's gone, you have energy, and your sex drive is back to where it's supposed to be. Plus these body composition programs, like I said, all for modern day males. We can honor our parents. Let's not look like them though, huh, fellas? That starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar this Wednesday at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, rocks, heating and air.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was built for Colorado, and July is the perfect time to get one at Champ Honda. Whether you're crushing and cruising city streets or heading to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need all summer long. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games and no hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on the old Twitter timeline that we want to share? I got a few tweets to rattle off, Will, and start with what went down in Las Vegas, really over the whole entire weekend. So it's a fun tweet, and then we'll talk about what's going on, but I'll show it to Will, and we can describe it. It says, punches thrown in Las Vegas. Bam Adebayo, 1. Conor McGregor, 0.
That's great.
So really good stuff from the Twitterverse at Lake Show Yo is the Twitter account that I saw this on. 1, the Bam Adebayo story is just fun. Tyler Hero and him getting into it. It was my understanding that Bam slapped him. Like not even a closed fist punch. It was just a slap across the face, which is pretty demeaning and disrespectful if another man is slapping you in the face. Apparently all over things that Tyler Hero was saying about Bam that made its way to social media. I was ignorant to the whole story about the two having a problem until Bam hits him in the face.
That'll catch your attention.
Yeah, that got me going a little bit. And again, I think it's a fun NBA story, especially on a Friday, right? When it came out. But I also don't think there's any real significant takeaways here. Guys that work together don't like each other sometimes, and if you get a chance to slap that person in the face, I think that's pretty awesome. If I could slap someone in the face that I didn't like that worked with me at some point, I'm not going to say here, but with me at some point, and I wouldn't get in trouble for it, I'm slapping away, Will.
Yeah, I think we need the security footage. Where's TMZ on this?
Yeah.
They were in a makeshift basketball court in a hotel ballroom in one of those casinos in Vegas. You know, those things are so grand and big that they can just set up practice courts, and Bam and Tyler get into it, and Bam hits him. I would love to see the security footage. I'm sure it'll drop at some point. Remember when Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole? We eventually got that security footage coming out.
There's a GM that we both used to work for. Bow! If I got the opportunity, I am slapping that dude.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. By the way, you when I was doing the drive a couple times last week during Crosstalk on Friday, we started talking about McGregor. How disappointed were you? That was the talk of the sports world. Did you get the Paramount all set up? Were you ready to go? Talk me through. I'm not a UFC guy. I saw the highlights, obviously. Tore his ACL, 30 seconds into the fight?
So I used to be way more into UFC than I am now. I had a buddy, Gilbert. I call him Treblig. His name backwards is Treblig. Thought that was always funny.
Took me a second. I got you.
He's was a fighter. And we got into it when he was fighting, and he's doing I don't know if you're an MMA fan in town, you'd remember Ring of Fire events and things like that. He was a part of those back in the day. So when he was fighting, we're super into it. And then you just get a little bit older, and it's out of sight, out of mind, and you don't pay too much attention.
You're not planning your Saturday nights around it. Yeah.
And OG listeners of this show will remember this story. I'm out Saturday outside doing stuff in the backyard, in the patio, hanging out. And my neighbor, we share a fence line, and he's always outside watching sports, and he loves USC. He had it on his outside TV, and I'm peeking over what's John watching? And it's the UFC fights. That's when I'm like, oh, that's right. It's the McGregor fight tonight.
Right.
So I told the missus, I'm like, yo, let's make sure we're home by 9. We'll throw that fight on, and we'll just check that one out. Although I wish I would have watched Patty. Do you know Patty the Batty? Patty Pinlet? He Gator rolled a guy and choked him. I've never even seen it before, and it was pretty impressive.
You're speaking Greek, Josh.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. A lot of people out there understand. Just me, not me. I'm not your guy for that. For Gator rolls.
so you get the McGregor fight. He comes out. He does his little strut. And he's looking like Conor, and tries a kick to start the fight, and blew out his right knee. You could see it in the moment. They highlighted it, and a little bit of me is like, McGregor's kind of a jerk. He might. You said karma earlier, right? It might be karma biting him in the butt right now. And then he tries to throw a punch, and then at that moment, you almost I don't want to say feel sorry for him, but there's some empathy, I think, of oh God, he can't even stand up and throw a punch. Now, was I rooting for Max Holloway to come over the top and KO that fool? A little bit, yeah, I was. Never happened. Max didn't do it, and obviously the fight was called, and it's just over, dude. It's a wrap. Conor McGregor, honestly, Will, outside of he trash-talked real good. He threw a chair at a bus once, and it broke some glass, and a guy had some surgery from it. Outside of Conor's a wild card, I think he might be the most overrated fighter in the history of the UFC. As far as fighting goes. He's real good at doing this. He can bump his gums, and he can get you entertained. Oh, wow, I want to see those guys beat the hell out of each other. But then you go, actually look at his fight resume. Who did he beat that's impressive? I just think he's really good at talking junk.
You'd be more qualified to speak on that than I would, but I will tell you that all I remember with Conor McGregor, was he the apologize to absolutely no one?
Yeah. I'd like to take this time to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember fighting moments from him. I remember out of, what do they call it, an arena, rink, whatever they
Octagon.
Octagon. Those are the moments I remember. So if Conor McGregor just wants to go away, and it sounds like he might, I'm cool with just that.
Yeah. Conor McGregor, it's over for you. It's somebody else's time. It's Patty's time. Patty should be the face of the UFC now.
With his Gator rolls, baby, watch out.
Dude, he had this guy in a chokehold I've never seen. He tried to roll out of it. He literally Gator rolled, landed right back into it, locked it in deeper, and the guy fell asleep. He didn't tap out. He fell asleep in the cage.
I'm being sarcastic, but I'm trying not to kill your buzz.
It's fine. I get it. It's not for everybody. But it was fun this weekend.
Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle.
Perfect for golf, too. Last tweet, Will. You play golf. I play golf.
Sure.
I've become slightly obsessed with it over the last 3 years. Full disclosure, I'm off work for the next 3 days. I'm playing 18 holes tomorrow. I'm playing 36 holes on Wednesday, and I'm playing another 18 holes on Thursday.
Ooh, I like your week.
My week's going to be pretty sweet. But I saw this tweet, and I'm like, oh, this checks out, especially for who I used to be as a golfer. I don't go over 100 anymore unless there's some extracurricular activities involved, which might happen. But a tweet reads, imagine paying $90 to hit the ball 73 times and only checking out the tee boxes, fairways, and greens. The real move? hit the ball 110 times and explore the entire course. Which is what most of us do.
I like the
every single
philosophy
time.
on it for sure, but you've never found a golfer who's happy to be in the woods. You're not exactly looking around going, oh, look how pretty these trees are. You're going, where the hell's my damn golf ball? And you pick up one, and it's a Titleist 4, and you're like, I think I was playing a Titleist 2, but you know what? Got it. Got the Titleist 4 over here.
I saw one recently. It's like, man, I hit my ball so far that the brand and number changed on it. Well, and Alex is a golfer too, so you can relate to that. So, yeah, that's always fun. Golf is, I feel like you're not, did you used to play more golf than you do now?
Maybe, but I'm good for, I don't know, a dozen times a summer or so.
Oh, okay. That's
kind
good.
of the
That's
number
solid.
I check. I'm not, Dover numbers. You're doing a dozen times a month.
I'm at like 50, 60 a summer.
Yeah, that's really good. My thing with golf is I like it. I'm not obsessed with it. So to me, I want to keep it as more of a special treat than an everyday type thing. And I think a lot of people struggle treading that line.
Yeah.
It's expensive too, for sure. And also the people who play so much, they walk off shooting 84 and they're like, oh, I'm so mad.
See, I don't want to be that.
I want to be the guy where if I shoot 84, I'm like, woohoo, I shot 84.
84 is the best I've ever shot. I've done it twice, and I'm like, oh, that's a good day.
Exactly.
Great day for me.
Whereas you get your buddies who are playing all the time and they're always shooting in the 70s that if the first number's an 8, they're mad. It's not an enjoyable way to spend $100.
And I'm not far from a 110 guy. Like, that was just a couple of years ago.
You've improved rapidly, to your
So
credit.
it's like, hey, I know that this can get away pretty quick. I'm more of like, let's just enjoy it. Also, my lady keeps me in check pretty well. If I come home complaining about golf, she's like, I don't want you to golf anymore if this is what's going to be like. So I really got to keep that inner, internal.
Totally. It's like that iconic scene in Family Guy with Peter and Lois playing golf. Why'd you hit it in the water? Am I supposed to hit it in the water? It's golf. We're having fun.
That's a great reference. All right, some fun stuff. Checking our X every day around 11:45. Let's get back into that Broncos quarterback conversation, the ESPN list that left Bo off of it. I've got my list to compare to theirs and see which one Will likes coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop. Backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If the amazing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics provided relief for former pro football player Bobby Carpenter, imagine the potential for your aching joints.
So my knee had been bothering me for a while. I played football for a number of years. I looked at talking to some doctors when I need to potentially have surgery, and I decided hey, let's check out QC Kinetics. I go in there and they look at the knee. Hey, here's the program that we can put you through.
That treatment takes your body's own healing properties and concentrates them at the root of the pain. No surgery or downtime.
The best part was there's no recovery until one day I felt like, hey, this feels like my old self again. I feel better. It's helped me. It's helped my dad. Hopefully it will help you in the same way. My message to them is do not wait. So you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Take it from Bobby Carpenter. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975. Most camera installers don't offer a guarantee. Vantage does. It's called Capture or it's free. If a Vantage system misses an incident in a zone they identified during your threat zone analysis, they'll refund the entire install. That's the kind of guarantee a company can stand behind, because your security system is designed around your property first, not pulled off a kit shelf. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The
in here, and I wanted to get back to this conversation about a piece that Will wrote, and it's at DenverSports.com. We encourage you to go check it out, about Bo Nix and this quarterback list that's out right now on ESPN.com. They've been doing it for every position group. Today they're on the quarterbacks. Quarterbacks make the sports world go round, and Bo Nix is not a top 10 quarterback on this list. Not even an honorable mention quarterback on this list. And you talked about it, Will, with guys like Dak Prescott being 6, Justin Herbert being 7, Drake at 8, Jared Goff 9, and then Caleb Williams wraps out the top 10 at number 10. I will say this. I think Dak Prescott's a really, really good quarterback. I will not push back on your point of the star gives him a little bit of a bump, because it does. I mean, they're Dallas. They claim to be America's team. I'm not quite sure they're that, but there's still a lot of Cowboys fans out there. So it does give him a little bit of a bump. But I personally believe that Dak is a really, really good NFL quarterback.
You personally believe that U.S. Americans everywhere like such as? He's a good NFL quarterback. What's he ever won, though? You know, Bo Nix has led his team to a conference title game.
Yeah, you're right.
Dak Prescott has never done that. I'm not going to, hammer the Dak thing too much.
Sure.
It's just, here's the top 5 again, just for folks who are just tuning in. I can't give a ton of pushback on this top 5. Josh Allen 1, Mahomes 2, Stafford 3, Joe Burrow 4, Lamar Jackson 5.
And look, I told you I have my own list. You want to know what my top 5 is?
Sure.
Stafford, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow.
So you have the exact same top
names,
5.
Just different order.
Correct. It gets hairy to me 6 through 10.
And I have Dak at 6. I have Herbert at 7 on my list.
Did you vote for this? You got an NFL scouting job I'm not aware of, Dover? That's where it gets into the weeds for me, though, a little bit, is Dak at 6, Herbert at 7, Drake at 8, Goff at 9, and Caleb at 10, because it feels to me that Bo is still being punished for being number 12 overall and 6th in his class.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Caleb went 1. Drake went in the top 3. Jaden went in the top 3. Those guys are just the darlings of the class no matter what, and we refuse to change our minds because our scouting a couple of years ago said they were the best 3, bar none. And were they the best 3 coming out of college? They were. There's a reason they went 1, 2, 3 off the board. Those were the 3 best guys. Now, Penix and McCarthy, they're completely out of the conversation at this point in time. And then you get to Bo, who went number 12 overall, and of course, 6th quarterback off the board. It's almost like that guy who's trying to crack into the cool kids group. And no matter what he does, no matter how cool he is, no matter how many gold chains he wears, no matter how slicked back his perfect hair is, can't crack into that group. I feel like Bo is trying to sit at the head lunch table, and they're not giving him a spot, even though he's earned a spot because he's the only quarterback to take his team to the playoffs from that 2024 draft in both years. And he's leading the way in victories and yards and touchdowns and all these stats. It feels like draft position to me is being weighed too heavily versus what the first 2 years in the NFL have actually looked like.
I agree. And draft position being held on, what you're talking about of why does Jaden's conference championship run way more than Bo's conference championship run? Or the going to the playoffs in 2 consecutive years, which Jaden didn't, and I know he got injured, but I'm holding that against him. Availability is the ability. It's the saying we all know, working in and being around sports forever. So why would that be held against one guy and credited for the other guy? That part I don't absolutely understand. I would say this. So my 7, that the names that we rattled off, I'm similar with this list. I then threw Sam Darnold and Drake May into my quarterback list because of what I told you earlier. It's probably wrong on my part, but I can't help but give respect to the 2 dudes that play the most important position in sports and brought their team to the biggest game in sports. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. If you want to give me pushback on these 2 dudes' names, I probably can't argue with you too much, but my brain works as such as like, you just did what everybody's trying to do. I'm going to reward you for that.
And I get that, but also the opportunity was ripped away from Bo for circumstances out of his control.
And if it's as simple as Drake not being in the Super Bowl and Bo being there, then I just flip them around. Bo lives in my top 10, and then where I'm about to get this next tier, this is where Drake would be.
So real quick, 2 statements. One, do you agree the Broncos win if Bo Nix plays the AFC
Yes,
title
I do.
game? So if Bo Nix plays the AFC title game, he's in your top 10 and Drake May is not.
He is.
So you're holding a broken ankle against him?
Because I'm valuing a trip to the Super Bowl so much more than I guess holding an injury against Bo.
Again, I'd feel differently if Drake had come in here and tore up a great Broncos defense. That just wasn't the case.
But
I was not impressed at all with Drake May in the AFC title game.
Quarterbacks and coaches, you get the credit when it's not all yours, and you get the blame when it's not all yours too.
That's the world we live in.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Head coaches are always going to get talked about in a great way when they win, and they're going to get fired when they lose,
and none of it's
regardless of if it's all their
their
fault or not.
So that's where I live. And then I had 2 names that you tell me. They're not on this list, but they would be like a 10 and 11 for me. I had Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence on this list. And then that's where I find Bo Nix. He still lands at number 12 on my quarterback list, but that's where this is what I wrote down. Those are my quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence, the last one. And then I go, I could argue that Bo is the 12th best, but then that's where I have Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, Daniel Jones, and Jared Goff. 7 different quarterbacks that I think there's a fair conversation in all of those to be put in a certain place, but I would make the argument that I'm picking Bo before any of those quarterbacks that I just rattled off.
Yeah, I like
so he'd
that.
be 12 on my list.
Because at some point you have to acknowledge the fact that he took a Broncos team that was in the depths of hell. I mean, this was not a fun team to talk about, fun team to work for, fun team to write about. They were terrible. And even when you got Sean Payton and Russell Wilson and the Hackett stink was gone, it wasn't a lot of fun. It's not like that year with Sean and Russ was a good time. Bo, in a lot of senses, was the savior to this franchise. And I know the defense has been great, and Vance Joseph and PS2 and Benito and Zach Allen, all those guys deserve a ton of credit. But you can draw a real correlation, Dover, between the day Roger Goodell said with the number 12 overall pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Broncos select Bo Nix, and the day this franchise stopped sucking.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a pretty easy line in the sand. The day they drafted Bo is the day they became serious again, and I do think he should get bumped up the list for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
intangibles.
Think about where this if he's not on the roster and they are forced to do the Russell Wilson, Sean Payton thing, they're both gone. Russell gets bought out, Sean gets fired, and then we start this dance all over again that, to your point, we've been doing since, really we'll call it 2017 because the grace year of 2016 and Trevor Siemian, but we'd be looking at a 10-year stretch of, find another coach and got to get another quarterback. This time it was just with a Hall of Famer in Sean Payton. And I guess Russell Wilson will probably be that, even despite how it ended. That's all it would be, is just another reset of start all over. Coach, quarterback search must begin today.
And thank goodness we're not living in that timeline. Thank goodness we are here talking about Super Bowl or bust and those kind of things. I think what bothers me the most is I'll break this into tiers. The top 10, which we've gone over a few times, is tier 1. The honorable mentions are tier 2.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is in tier 3, and his tier is Daniel Jones and C.J. Stroud.
See, I'm with you 100% on this.
That bothers me that the two guys that Bo Nix is being compared to in this voting conducted by ESPN are Daniel Jones, who's a journeyman to some extent, sort of resurrected his career in Indy. Colts got off to that hot, fun start, and then Jones got hurt and they fell off a cliff.
And we'll see what it is this year.
And then C.J. Stroud, a dude who came out of the gates firing. Like, his NFL career started really promising, but then he has just been carried by that defense to any sort of success the Texans have had. So I think that's the problem. If we go back to the lunchroom analogy, Bo's sitting with and I don't want to insult anyone, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Put on your Mean Girls hat when they divide all the tables, Right. He's not sitting with the most flattering group of people if the tier he's in is Bo, Daniel Jones, and C.J. Stroud. Because if you asked most people with a brain who watch the NFL, rank these QBs, Bo, Daniel Jones, C.J. Stroud, they're going, why are those three grouped? Bo's 1, Stroud's 2, Daniel Jones is 3, and they wouldn't really have to think about it.
No. That's what it is. I like what you said about the tiers. Of these top 10, I don't think anybody can make an argument that, like, no, Bo is 100% better than them. If you got to like 8, 9, and 10 and could make the case, I'd listen to it. But I like the tier part of it because, all right, he's not a top-tier NFL quarterback yet. That's fair. He's about to go into year 3, and I think he has the ability to get to a top-tier NFL quarterback by year's end. But the fact that he's not listed on tier 2, that's where we get to it being an insult and disrespect. And I think you're right. That draft statement you made, I think for some reason that the rest of the NFL world is going, well, no, but he was picked 6th. And then you go, now, well, do his stats. He's first. Redo the draft. Do you think anybody's picking Penix Jr. or J.J. McCarthy in the first round?
Of course not.
Or did they reach in the Minnesota case, got burned by a head coach in Sean Payton that knew how to play the game a little bit? So if you were to redo it, I would imagine people still pick Caleb or Drake because of what went on. But I would look at the third quarterback off the board of being Bo Nix and not Jaden Daniels.
Well, let's just do it. You want to just do it?
Yeah.
1 through 6. Let's do it. If we could redraft only the quarterbacks in the 2024 NFL draft, the guy I'm taking, oh, man. We're doing this on the spot. This is improv.
Yeah,
We didn't plan
We're not
this.
prepping here. We're both writing names down.
Dude, I might take Bo Nix number 1.
I'm at 2 for Bo. I'm probably still taking – I'm a hater of Caleb Williams, but I'm probably still taking him number 1.
But you just went on a rant why he doesn't belong in the top 10.
But I'm doing this now in my head of like, I have Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson together for the foreseeable future. That was
Let's take the coaches out of it, though. Let's just do the quarterbacks.
Just the quarterbacks?
You're just starting franchise X between, Williams, Daniels, May, Penix, McCarthy, Nix. Who are you taking 1?
I'm going to take Bo.
I would take Bo Nix 1. And people are going to say, you're on the radio in Denver. You big old homers. The reason I'm taking Bo 1, Josh, is because he's proven it to me twice. And all these other guys on the list have proven it either 1 time or 0 times. Caleb, Drake, Jaden, they've all had 1 very good year.
Yeah.
JJ and Michael have had 0 good years. And Bo's had 2 very solid years for what he's asked to do. Therefore, he's going 1 in my draft, and I'm glad to hear he's going 1 in your draft.
Well, you know what else is a part of this? Of like, I think Bo Nix, obviously outside of football, he has a life, and he just became a father and all the things that come with that. Honestly, I wish we didn't talk about that stuff. I don't care. Don't break the law, hurt people, or choke women. I don't care what you do outside of football. Win football games. But like, of all these guys, Bo is about ball and only about ball. Caleb Williams is about a million other things. Before football, it's about making money and trademarking Iceman and all the things that come with that that Caleb likes to do. Now, that being said, I'd still go Bo Caleb if we're redoing this. Bo Caleb.
I would too. As we continue, I would go Bo 1, Caleb Williams 2.
And then like with Jaden Daniels and Drake May, I like what Jaden brings on the field. I just can't trust that little frail body of his. So I'd probably go Bo, Caleb, Drake, Jaden. Those are my 4. And Jaden being the last just because I think his body's going to break down because he's built like a 16-year-old kid instead of a 26-year-old man.
I would flip them. Not going to give you too much pushback. I'd have Jaden 3, Drake 4.
Okay.
Just because
look, I wrote it down first, and then I started to think about his body, and I flipped it.
The tantalizing things that Jaden Daniels can still do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his rookie year was really special. No one had the Commanders on the bingo card to reach the semifinals of the NFL, a conference title game, and therefore I'd put him at 3. Maybe I'm undervaluing Drake May. Maybe you know what? Maybe this is just me. I'm a Broncos fan. I hate the Patriots.
That's cool too, dude. That's
I
fine.
can't stand him, so I'm holding the team he plays for against him. But I would put Drake at 4, and we can just put a bow on this. I'd put Penix at 5, and I'd put the bust J.J. McCarthy at 6. Penix, do I think he's going to be a great player in the NFL? No. Am I still intrigued enough to see him? Sure. J.J. McCarthy, man, you're handsome. Maybe sign up to be an Instagram model. Like I don't know what your future is in this
league. Get a modeling deal.
I mean, you're talking about small dudes. You're talking about Jaden Daniels being small. Kevin O'Connell can't even keep a straight face about this QB competition.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to hand it over to 5'8" Kyler Murray and not think twice about it. J.J. McCarthy, if he wants to stay in this league, is going to have to hold a clipboard. That's just his future.
It's so bad in Minnesota. Like, even Kyler Murray is disrespected when he's asked questions about. I'm like, you're Kyler Murray, right?
Yes.
But that's how different it is he does like that guy's not in my same world at the quarterback position.
But look at that. In our redraft, we both have Bo Nix as the number 1 quarterback of the 2024 class, yet ESPN says 2 of those guys are in the top 10. Another one's in the honorable mention. And we're just going to group Bo and others receiving votes with Daniel Jones and C.J. Stroud.
And we got this text. I love this text. This is always fun to me. And again, it's a 303 number, not a Chicago number. But you are completely ignoring that last touchdown pass of Caleb Williams in his playoff game. That thing was insane. You'll never see Bo Nix pull a pass off like that. Let me take you back to, what was the game? The Cortland Sutton throw. How quickly we forget, huh?
The Commanders game in Washington.
It was?
Yeah.
When he's falling down to the ground, so it works out perfectly. Because Jaden wasn't in the game because he was hurt, and Bo is falling down is 4 inches or less from knee touching grass and throws a ball on a rope on a freaking bullseye to the chest of one Cortland Sutton. I'll take that throw over the one miraculous jump throw that Caleb Williams made and just by circumstance happened to spread his legs to look like the Jordan logo, and you Chicago sports nerds couldn't stand in sweatpants when you saw that throw. That one throw that he made is better than anything Bo's done, being in the postseason 2 different times. You're getting trapped in recency bias there, Texter. That's not a better throw than Bo made to Cortland.
Yeah, and it's still a great throw, but that doesn't mean that puts him ahead of Bo Nix. Like, since when does one throw elevate you? Unless it's the one throw to win the Super Bowl, I don't care. You know who had a great throw in a Broncos uniform? Russell Wilson, Buffalo, Monday Night Football. He dances around. He finds Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton somehow gets 2 feet into the ground, gets the touchdown. Does that mean that Russ had some great run in Denver? No, it means he made a great play. That play, Will Lutz, remember, he got 2 chances at the field goal. Buffalo had too many guys on the field. They won the game because Will got a second chance. Great throw by Russ. Doesn't mean makes me a Russell Wilson fan. I can acknowledge one great throw without that being your entire resume.
And like I said, I just don't like Caleb Williams. Like, I just think he's kind of a turd. But the fact of him and I can't remember his coach, Ben Johnson, that's going to work. They're going to be a really good football team moving forward, mostly because of the coach reeling him in and teaching him how to be an NFL quarterback and not just some, I'm better than the rest of you, we're going to do it my way quarterback, which he was.
Yeah, Caleb Williams is certainly polarizing. That's a word I would use with him for sure, whereas I don't really think of Bo Nix as necessarily polarizing.
No, he's kind of boring, to be honest.
Which is a good thing. You kind of want some boring in your quarterback. Let me ask you this, though. Does stuff like this, Bo Nix being 18th on this list, does that fuel him? Because he's on the record from your boy Kevin Kistner's question about a month ago down there after mandatory OTAs or mandatory minicamp. What are your personal goals? And Bo said he wants to win the MVP and win the Super Bowl. Do you think Bo Nix files this stuff away and uses it as fuel?
I think he does. I think he does, and I don't think it's something. It'll be little moments like that of like, oh, I want to be MVP. And then the NFL world going, this guy wants to be an MVP. Can you believe this guy? And then he uses that as it. These lists, I don't know that he's waking up and getting on ESPN.com and checking out lists, but it made its way to his phone or his email or somebody told him about it, right? And I think, Will, I'll ask you how you'd feel about it. I think there are people that actually do this. The people that like rank radio hosts, the Denver radio hosts, I think they do that, right? I think I've actually seen it. There's somebody like ranks Broncos media members, which is cool. If you have that much time, cool, man. That's great that you're doing that. And I see the list, and in my head I go, I don't really care what Johnny 316 from Colfax thinks about me. And then I see where I'm ranked, and I'm like, you know what? I care a little bit. I think that's human nature.
Or if you were, in the top 5, if you were with the Mahomes and the Bros, you'd be like, I love Johnny 316. Johnny 316 is on to something.
I do what we're kind of just doing. I'm like, yo, you think that guy's better than me?
Right.
Then I'm pissed about it, you know what I mean? But it's something that makes it our way to us, and then maybe I think about it to motivate me a little bit.
Well, there's probably about 32 sports talk radio hosts in the market. Would you be offended if you were 18th on that list, like Bo Nix is?
I've heard these fools. I'd be real offended if I was 18th.
So I do think he'll use it. I think it's human nature. We can say he's boring. We can say he's a robot. Bo is sneaky funny. Like, I thought his press conference about a month ago, he had some sneaky funny lines. Like, it's a broken bone, for crying out loud. Everyone's had one.
What do you say? I might be more mobile? Like,
I might
that
be
was
more
fun.
mobile?
Yeah.
What was the one about his mother last year? There was one, like, my mom liked it or something like that,
He hit us with the, here we go.
Mom thinks we'll win, so that's all that matters.
Mom thinks we'll win.
Exactly. Like, he's sneaky funny.
He hit this one, too?
The overdogs.
Remember, called himself the overdogs?
To Tracy Wolfson. She said, you guys were the underdogs against the Packers. What are you now? You're the overdogs. Bo has that in his repertoire. Whereas a guy like Russell Wilson, he was just boring as all heck. Bo can be boring 90% of the time, but he can cancel it out with his little quips here and there that make the other 10% enjoyable to listen to. You just got to listen closely. I do think, and I don't know Bo Nix at all. I mean, I've talked to him, interviewed him, but I don't know him on a personal level. I do think Bo Nix's friends would probably tell you he's pretty funny. He seems like he has a pretty good sense of humor.
And, I mean, dude, the fact that, like, you want to be the MVP, like, there's a competitive fire in Bo Nix. I think we saw that as, remember, like, rookie year stuff, going back and forth and fighting for reps and playing time. Like, there's a competitive fire in who Bo Nix is. He might not just show it to us publicly, but he...
Well, think about his crazy eyes in Vegas,
Oh, the player that he was going at.
Exactly. Like, he looked like he was going to shoot lasers out of his eyes. Like, this dude cares. He cares tremendously. And you better believe... I mean, this is the talk of the social media right now, because like we said, ESPN's doing all these lists, but quarterback's going to be the one that gets the hyper-focus. I guarantee... I don't know if he checks his Instagram reels or not, but I guarantee...
I know Mrs. does.
Several dozen people have texted this over, Instagrammed it over, whatever the verb is, of, hey,
you see this?
They ranked 18th in the NFL. What's he got to do to change that narrative? Like, does he have to go win a Super Bowl? You're giving Drake May bonus points for being in a Super Bowl. If Bo Nix stays healthy and wins the Super Bowl, where's Bo on this list next year?
So if he's the Super Bowl winner?
If the Broncos win it all, the ankles aren't a problem, Bo plays through the regular season, through the postseason, how high is his ceiling? Now, again, if all that happens, we know the defense is going to be great, and people are going to hold that against Bo Nix. I don't think the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl 38-35. I think if they do, they'd probably win it 21-17, something like that. How high can he realistically climb? Because he's not, even with a Lombardi, he's not getting past the Mahomes of the world.
The top 5 are kind of off the table, right?
Even if he gets a Lombardi before Josh Allen? Before Lamar Jackson? Before Joe Burrow? None of those guys have hoisted it. Stafford has.
Joe went. Lamar's never gone.
Lamar's never gone. Lamar and Josh have never been out of the AFC.
Josh never went.
In fact,
Josh is overrated in my opinion. But
Bo has made it as far as Lamar and Josh, the conference title game.
Yeah, and that day, Bo. I guess that's the divisional round.
He outdueled Josh.
Yeah, he was the better quarterback that day.
Josh had 5 turnovers, yet he's still number 1 on this list, and Bo's 18.
Josh is just everybody's little darling. That's a part of the reason he rubs me the wrong way. If everybody likes something, I sort of zig when they zag. So that just, I don't like that part about Josh. I still, even with the Super Bowl championship, we would make the argument, Will, I think nationally in this list that we're talking about, straight from ESPN.com, I don't know that he'd top any of those top 5. Stafford, Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, Allen.
Probably not.
But then,
unless one of them had a really down year,
right?
A disastrous
if Stafford
year.
Falls off the cliff, and you're just like, oh, he's old and it's over.
Or if he retires and can't make the list,
yeah,
then that spot would be up for grabs. My point is, even if he wins the Super Bowl,
6 is like the highest.
He's not going to be 1 exactly. His ceiling, at least for now, at least for this time next year, is probably number 6 overall.
Yeah. 5, best case scenario, wins the Super Bowl and Stafford retires, then he slides in at number 5 as the Super Bowl champ. But I mean, I don't know. How do people feel about Sam Darnold? He's not on this. He's not one of the honorable mentions, right? But
he's an honorable mention.
He's not in the top 10, and he just won the Super Bowl.
But Sam's career got off to such a poor start. I mean, this is a guy who it's not his fault, but he's a bust with the Jets. He has to go play in, Carolina,
And he wasn't good there either.
He wasn't good there either. Like, Sam Darnold is a dude, we were talking about J.J. McCarthy's going to have to hold clipboards. 2 years ago, you would have told me Sam Darnold's ceiling is holding a clipboard. I would have said it too, and now the guy's winning the Super Bowl. Sam was the exact quarterback the Seahawks needed, but I don't think anyone's arguing that Seattle won the Super Bowl because of Sam Darnold.
I would
he
argue
just fit in their system really well.
They won the Super Bowl because of Clint Kubiak. That's who helped them win the Super Bowl.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba and their defense, et cetera, et cetera.
And now he's the coach of the Raiders, so we'll see what that team looks like up there without him.
In the division.
All right, fun conversation, just interesting stuff. Check out Will's work at DenverSports.com. He's got the link to that ESPN article, and you can see how it looks from a Denver point of view. Don't forget, this Thursday, you've got plans on your lunch hour. You're going to go get a new shirt. From noon to 1, it's our first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. Going to be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant in Golden. The address is 2501 Ford Street. That's in Golden. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details or to find the location nearest you, if you can't get out to Golden, we're letting you know where we're going to be on our website. It's denversports.com/shirt. That's denversports.com/shirt. We want to hook you up. We want to see everybody out there at camp when you guys go and get to watch. Rock those shirts so that we know you're rolling with us. Get your first one this Thursday at the Santiago's in Golden from noon to 1. We will see you guys there. All right, let's keep this Broncos conversation going. The Broncos grabbed 3 important pieces in the 2024 draft. They could all be extended this year or traded. Will has an idea to share with us. We'll talk about who deserves the dough the most coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaDietNutrition.com. Listen, 4 weeks free. That's the big summer offer. That is outstanding. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this radio station. Mention the Fan, 866-800-SODA, and mention 104.3 The Fan, and mention me, Cecil Lammy. Because why? Hey, I lost 60 pounds. You kidding me? 60 pounds gone 5 years ago because of SodaDietNutrition.com. I've lost the weight. I've never gained it back. Why not? Because I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I have all the tools now to maintain a healthy lifestyle, all thanks to Soda. You want the same thing? You want the same results? And listen, I tried the other stuff. I tried other diets, and they didn't do it for me. Soda was the key, and having that personalized nutritionist there to help me along the way, that was really outstanding in my weight loss journey. You're on your weight loss journey. You need a little help. You need some guidance. You need a plan. SodaDietNutrition.com. Don't forget, SOTA is state-of-the-art.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Low T Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with our 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone therapy and stay with it for 90 days earn $250. So if you're over 40 with low energy, sex drive, not feeling yourself, don't stay that way. Low T Center is raising the T of American patriots from sea to shining sea. Come celebrate 250 years of America with Low T Center's 250 for 250 deal, because bringing back energy and vitality of your youth is worth celebrating. Go to fixmylowt.com to book a free tea test. That's fixmylowt.com. Offer ends July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
Tune in to Mile High Money. My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money.
with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Don't guess on major HVAC, plumbing, or electric repairs. Get a free second opinion and same-day service from Fix It 24/7. Honest answers, fast help. Visit fixmyhome.com today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is pitch, P-I-T-C-H. Text pitch to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's pitch to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I want to talk about 3 specific players from the 2024 NFL Draft. Earlier, I asked Will Peterson, who's filling in for Cecil today, about who you would extend. And you threw a curveball on the conversation, which I really liked, and I want to revisit some of that. But what we had talked about earlier was the 3 names. That is Bo Nix, feel pretty good about him getting a contract extension.
Yeah.
Troy Franklin, and Jonah Ellis. And really my question is, all right, we kind of look at it like Troy Franklin and Jonah Ellis. Which of those 2 would you extend? Everybody's going to be in the business of extending Bo Nix, especially the desperate search we had for a quarterback for so long and finally found Bo. I think with Bo, let's have the money conversation. So we'll get to Bo in just a second. Of Troy Franklin and Jonah Ellis, Will, how would you handle the future of these 2 guys that are extension eligible, both have roles on this team, but not like front-facing, hey, this guy's going to make a major impact, and that's the reason why the Broncos are going to win 12 games this year. But they're important pieces. Are you in the business of extending these guys to reward them for what they've done because of who they will be moving forward?
I'm not trying to punt on the question, but I'm firmly in wait-and-see mode on both guys because their third years in the league are both going to be huge for different reasons. Troy's is going to be huge, assuming he's still in Denver, to, A, put the drops behind him, B, show that chemistry that he and Nix had at Oregon can finally translate on a more consistent basis to the NFL. We've certainly seen it in spurts, but it hasn't been consistent.
Real quick, are drops still a pretty big concern for you with Troy?
Oh, definitely.
Really?
When you say Troy Franklin drops is one of the first things that comes to my mind.
He was a lot better in year 2 than year 1.
He was, but I feel like Pat Bryant kind of took his job halfway through the season. So that's sort of my third point is where's he ultimately fall on my receiving pecking order? Now that I've acquired Jalen Waddle, his ceiling is 3. Waddle's my 1. Cortland's my 2. The best Troy Franklin can be is possibly 3. Am I in the business of handing out monster contract extensions to my third receiver? No. That doesn't mean he hasn't earned it if he has a big year this season. But that's why I'm in wait-and-see mode on him, is his ceiling on this team is the third receiver. And Ellis is probably the more fascinating one because of things outside of the control of Jonah Ellis, and that's the whole Jonathan Cooper legal situation. I think it's a great conversation. I'm glad we're having it, but I'm also glad if I'm George Payton that I'm in the wait-and-see mode on both these guys. Bo, I pretty much know. I'm going to have to give Bo a winning Powerball ticket. That's just the way it's going to be. But with Jonah and Troy, they can both earn or lose themselves millions and millions of dollars during the 2026 season.
So I'm just writing down names from the wide receiver room. If I looked at this year's 3 big wide receivers for the Broncos, I think it's Waddle, Sutton, Mims, and in that order. That's who's going to give you the most production from first to third. But I can go, maybe not next year. That's probably too early for a Courtland Sutton conversation, but let's call it 2028. If everybody's on the roster, aren't the wide receivers Pat Bryant in for Courtland Sutton, Waddle as Waddle, and Troy Franklin as, I know it's going to sound weird because of how they look different of body size, but then Troy Franklin as that third wide receiver. So right now you go Sutton, Waddle, Mims. Those are the guys. In 2 years from right now, wouldn't we be going Pat Bryant, Waddle, and Franklin?
Perhaps. You think Pat Bryant can develop into a 1?
I think so. I think they want him to be the replacement for Courtland Sutton, body size, reception, possession type of receiver. I would hope PB's a little better about running with the ball than Courtland is, but we'll see if he gets that opportunity.
I like your list, but I also just think that planning for a couple years out when I still have free agency and the draft, if it's all internal, then sure, I can get on board with your list. But at a certain point, why am I paying Troy Franklin if his ceiling on my team is the third wide receiver?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Would you lowball the hell out of him now, going like, well, you're going to be the third wide receiver?
Are you talking about now or 6 months from now?
6 months from now.
Okay.
6 months from now, when the season comes to an end.
Yep.
Lowball the hell out of him, going like, no, you're probably just going to be our third wide receiver, and hope he takes it and produces at a better rate than that.
Definitely, because I don't think as we sit here today, and he could prove me wrong, Troy Franklin's not a number 1 wide receiver in the NFL.
I agree.
I don't think he's a number 2 wide receiver in the NFL. I just don't foresee his future being, T. Higgins to Jamar Chase. Now, I get it. That's an extreme example of a number 2 receiver.
Well, let me ask you
but
this.
I don't think Troy will ever reach the level of even a pedestrian number 2 receiver.
Is Courtland's a number 2 wide receiver now, right?
Correct. That's why you went and traded for Waddle, because you were trying to make a number 2 your number 1.
Could he ever be like a Courtland number 2? He can't even be that good? Where we're talking about 900 to 1,000 yards and 6 to 8 touchdowns.
I don't think so. I don't know what the
700 last year.
The size difference is between the two, but I like Courtland Sutton's body type. I like his ability to go up and get the football. That's not really how I envision Troy Franklin. I envision Courtland Sutton as a 3rd and 7. I absolutely desperately need 8 yards. He can find a way to get it done for me. I don't think Troy Franklin has that in his bag. Occasionally he does, but if it's 3rd and 7, I'm confident throwing it up to Courtland Sutton, letting him go and get it. I don't know I feel that strongly about Troy Franklin. Am I speaking crazy here, or are you on the same page?
No.
It feels like I would trade Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
That'd be my biggest thing. I would extend Marvin Mims. I would trade Troy Franklin. Everyone's going to say, why are you trading a good player? They did it last summer. They traded Devon Vele. Sean and George have shown us how this is how they operate. When they have a surplus of wide receivers, they're willing to move one for draft picks. It happened last summer. I expect it to happen again this summer.
I'm not in the business of being like, nope, Troy Franklin's untouchable. No way. That'd be crazy to say. I do think Troy Franklin's a much, much better wide receiver than Devon Vele ever was, or was going to be.
It's impossible.
Like, oh, crap, I forgot Zach's feelings about Devon Vele.
It's literally impossible.
The greatest crosstalk of all time.
I forgot.
His ceiling is established.
Well, how'd that work out for Zach? We've seen what Devon Vele has been in, where'd he go, New Orleans?
Yeah, he turned it on a little bit toward the end of the year, but...
And he's also in a bad situation.
Yeah, who's his quarterback?
Tyler Shough for a minute there.
So Rattler.
Maybe it's a little undecided yet. But I still believe Troy Franklin's going to be a better receiver than that of what Devon Vele was. But to your point, if you can get let's say a second receiver goes down in camp for somebody, right? And never rooting for injury, but it happens all the time. And there's a team desperate, and you got him by the short hairs, and you could get a 3rd-round pick for a guy like Troy Franklin, then yeah, you'd probably have to do that, because right now his role's not as significant as what a 3rd-round pick could be for George Payton.
Correct. And what did you spend on Troy? A 4th, I believe?
Yeah, I remember they woke up and had to go get him or whatever.
Yeah, that was Sean texting George at 6 in the morning. We're trading up for this guy. Sure, if you could parlay a couple years of production from Troy Franklin, a 4th-round pick, into a 3rd-round pick, I'd do it too. The caveat with that, you'd have to extend Marvin Mims. I'm not trading Troy Franklin until Marvin Mims has put pen to paper.
And I just don't. They're not in the business of extending Marvin Mims.
Why?
I don't know.
No one has been able to answer that. And I'm not saying it's your problem to have to answer
No,
it.
I want the answer too.
But you know me. I fill in a lot for us. I bounce around all day parts. I've had this conversation on the morning show, the midday show, and the afternoon show. No one can give me a good answer for why a guy who's been really productive to you, not only on offense but on special teams, going into the last year of his deal, there's not a whisper There's not a peep about a contract extension when this time last summer, all we were talking about was Benito, Sutton, and Allen. All three guys got new deals. Why is no one banging the table for Marvin Mims to get a new deal when he catches big touchdown after big touchdown? The one against Cleveland, the two against Cincinnati, the biggest score of the year last year in the playoff game against Buffalo with about a minute left. All those 19 was on the receiving end, Marvin Mims. I don't understand why there isn't more chatter about Marvin Mims receiving a contract extension.
Dude, I'm 100% with you. I would love to know the why. Why do you guys not feel the same way most of Broncos country feels about Marvin Mims? Give him the opportunity to show you that he deserves to be an every down type of wide receiver and have the bonus benefit of special teams. And by the way, if he's that good of a wide receiver, find another kick returner. Special teams, sorry guys, is not that important.
But it can also help change games. That game in Vegas last year, he catches the ball at midfield. He looks completely dead to rights, and 7 seconds later, he's in the end zone.
But I'm going to use your own ammo. You had 4 outstanding examples as a wide receiver.
Right.
We could probably find 4 special teams examples, but you had those ready to roll right off the top of your head because they were so significant and had such an impact.
He had a punt return last year that flipped the field super late. I can't remember the game specifically, but it was one of those, rather than Bo having to go 70 yards, Bo only has to go 20 yards. And those kind of things, when you can take the pressure off your quarterback with an unexpected 50-yard punt return, Marvin Mims has that in his bag, and the Broncos haven't had that since who? Trindon Holiday? I mean, we're going back in the day here, but you'll remember Trindon early in the Peyton Manning era, that infamous Raheem Moore game. Trindon Holiday had not 1 but 2 kick returns for touchdowns in that game.
Yeah. Did Aqib Talib want to beat him up, or was that Jordan Norwood?
Might have been Norwood. I don't think Aqib no, they would have overlapped.
He shoved him in the back. I think it was Norwood.
You ever talk to Trindon Holiday?
Tiny. No, I don't think so.
Tiny.
Really?
Tiny dude. And you're like, wow. No wonder no one can tackle you because you're fast as hell and they can't see you.
You hide behind one of those dudes and then you're too quick
just
to get you on the
darting,
edge.
Playing a game of hide and seek out there on the NFL field. Trindon Holiday was an electric player. His problem was he'd get to the 2-yard line and drop the football.
Yeah, celebrating a bit too early.
Dude, take it with you through the end zone.
I think Jack's talking to you, Will. Jack Jordan on the RamosLaw.com text line is one of our A1s from day ones. Mountain Dew bet that Franklin has more yards than Sutton if there are no injuries. Would you Mountain Dew bet that?
Franklin than Sutton?
Yeah, Franklin has more receiving yards than Cortland Sutton.
Well, I thought you were going to tell me Franklin than Mims, and I'm like, I don't know, Jack. I don't know if I'm taking it. Yeah, Franklin than Sutton? Bet you have Mountain Dew, dude.
You'll take that Mountain Dew.
The leaders in receiving yards this year are going to be Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton. I don't feel like that's a real hot take, but I appreciate Jack's passion, and if he's that high on Troy Franklin, that'd be a good problem for Sean Payton and the Broncos to have if all of a sudden Troy Franklin's catching more footballs than Cortland Sutton.
All right, home run derby tonight in Major League Baseball. There will be no Rockies participating. We'll talk about Hunter Goodman getting snubbed and whether or not anybody gives a damn about the home run derby coming up next.
With the Broncos bringing back J.K. Dobbins and drafting Jonah Coleman, is there an important piece that fans could be sleeping on?
It just seems like RJ Harvey's been the forgotten man in all this. There were things he did last year that maybe didn't blow you away. He was a rookie. I'm one that refuses to bury a guy until I see how he comes back for that second year. Because for a lot of these rookies, that rookie season is just one big whirlwind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303 Law 4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here. Summer is here. Tee times, perfect drives, and days on the greens. But if joint or back pain is keeping you off the golf course, it's time for you to discover Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps reduce chronic pain so you can get back out there. Book your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
This July, make the most of summer adventures in the all-new 2026 Honda Passport from Champ Honda. Designed for drivers who want capability without compromise, the Passport is equally at home on Colorado back roads, weekend camping trips, or your daily drive across town. At Champ Honda, buying is just as easy, thanks to their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, giving you a transparent price, a single advisor, and a faster, more enjoyable experience. Plus, Champ Honda never charges dealer handling fees.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're having some fun. Text line's rolling at 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us up there. Use your name on the end of your text so we can give you a shout out or roast you, one of the two. But put your name on the end of your text. Over on YouTube, let me see what's cracking over here with our tribe chat fueled by Champ Honda. I see Mel over there. I see Jason over there. I see Fruity Bosco over there. Jesse's over there. See the crew. YouTube.com/DenverSports. You want to get in on tribe chat. Click that Dover and Cecil stream. Perhaps you got an extra click in you and you hit subscribe for us. That'll go a long way. Appreciate everybody hitting us up over there and Champ Honda for getting that thing rolling at youtube.com/DenverSports. All right, well, we'll get back to a couple of those Broncos conversations. Certainly going to do some of that in our last hour coming up at 1 o'clock. But the All-Star break is here in Major League Baseball. The Colorado Rockies currently at 6-6 in July. Alex, I was thinking of you yesterday watching the game. They fell apart in the 8th inning yesterday. But I was like, man, they're going to get to win 40 here before the break. And they couldn't do it as we're watching what that total is. So 6-6 in July. Real crappy 8th inning yesterday to lose that game. Hunter Goodman actually throws one over second base and allows a run to score. And then that kind of opened up the floodgates temporarily, and they lose the game. But Will Peterson, the home run derby tonight. Hunter Goodman not invited. It sucks. He's leading baseball with home runs in the month of June and from the catcher position and didn't get invited. Some of that, and I heard the morning show sort of talking about it. Cello asked the guys like, hey, is it just because he's a Rocky? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And those are the breaks. It sucks. It's a tough break for a guy like Hunter Goodman who is more than deserving to go there. But your shirt says Rockies, and nobody respects you as a baseball team across the landscape that is Major League Baseball. We, on this show, have been giving them the benefit of time and the benefit of let's see what it looks like in a couple years from now that they're trying some new things. But as they currently sit in the landscape of Major League Baseball, the Rockies don't matter to anybody outside of this market, and they don't matter to a lot of people in this market. So does it suck? Yeah. Do I get it? 100%.
Yeah, no, I do as well. I mean, Hunter Goodman is pretty anonymous when it comes to big-time baseball names. Even in Denver, if you haven't followed the Rockies the last few years, and I don't blame you, you may or may not know who Hunter Goodman is because the Rockies are just so out of sight, out of mind.
How many people are recognizing Hunter Goodman walking down the street?
Very few.
Yeah.
Hunter Goodman can grocery shop. He doesn't get bothered. Hunter Goodman can take his kid. I don't think he has kids, but he can go to the movies, whatever. He's not getting bothered. You think Bryce Harper's getting bothered?
Yeah.
You think Kyle Schwarber's getting bothered? You think Aaron Judge is getting bothered? So that's the thing to me is the Rockies have no one to blame but themselves. Now, is it this current regime's fault? No. Paul DePodesta, Josh Burns, they weren't part of it. Even Warren Schaefer, I'll give a pass to as well. But Dick Monfort, this is what happens. Like if anyone at 20th and Blake's upset that Hunter Goodman's not in the home run derby, look no further than the dude in the corner office, the CEO. And I don't know if he's still the CEO. Walker may be the CEO now, but regardless, he's still the owner of the team. It's Dick Monfort's fault that things like this, because Hunter Goodman campaigned for this. That was the other kind of awkward spot about this.
It was 4 days ago. He's like, yeah, I'd love to do it if they invited me.
You're putting out on record, because I think Major League Baseball maybe does have a little bit of a tough time filling this because these guys know it can jack up your swing. There is example after example of dudes who did the home run derby who then they have really poor second half of the season. And they hit like 210 because guess what? The derby jacked up their swing. People say, isn't it batting practice? No. In batting practice, dudes are trying to hit line drives.
They're putting it at a spot.
They're trying to pick certain spots on the field. The home run derby, they're just trying to hit the ball over the wall. So it's one of those things where even if you ask, he didn't beg. I won't go that far. But even if you ask, MLB's going to say, nope, not enough star power. Sorry, you're not in it. You're not in it, dude.
Yeah, we need bigger names, or at least from a team that's every fan base is going to go, oh, I remember those guys, that team.
Yeah, like
Rockies
ESPN's ratings tonight, they're not worried about whether or not the Denver market tunes in.
No, they're not.
They don't
give a damn at all.
That's not disrespectful to the market. The market's a big market. It's the baseball team. They know that the only people that also like the Colorado Rockies that are going to watch the Derby are going to watch it either way.
Yep.
They weren't going to get some big bump by Hunter Goodman being in this thing.
It's interesting, too, you bring up the swing because that's 100% right. Does the format change that at all, or is it just, these guys swing like I swing my golf club when I'm down one stroke. I'm like, well, got to win the match right here. Like the way the format changes where there's no clock and you're not racing against anything, does it change the strategic approach from some of these hitters that maybe make it more appealing? Because you do get $1 million if you win the damn thing. That's pretty nice.
That's real chatter, yeah.
But I guess, screwing up your swing for the latter part in a postseason run, probably not worth the squeeze there. But I wonder if this format changes at all. I guess we'll find out tonight.
Yeah, if I was a contender, I wouldn't want my guys doing this. Would you? If you're in a pennant race, do you want your guys doing the Derby?
That's a part of the reason I wanted Hunter Goodman, because there's no reason to root for the Rockies making the postseason. It's not going to happen, but there's a little national spotlight and love for the best player on the team.
And that would be kind of the thing that the Rockies are maybe looking for. They embarrassed themselves the last
3 years.
Yeah, really since the Arenado trade.
Yeah.
They had that rise in
Since
17 and
Braddock's
18.
conference.
Yes, and then they signed Nolan to the extension. But the Rockies have not just been bad; they've been embarrassingly bad. And you look at a team like the Broncos; they had one of those seasons, and Greg Penner was the owner for 15 games. And he said, "I got to pull the plug on this. I'm Greg Penner. I don't get embarrassed." The problem is Dick Monfort doesn't have that in him. Dick lives in his own little bubble where all his employees tell him how great he is. And I hear Zach Bye tell me, well, I sat behind Dick, and he chewed on the straw. He was so mad. I don't care. I don't care that this dude was so mad he was chewing on a straw.
How many times you been that mad watching the Rocks?
Exactly. You know what shows you're mad? You fire people. You hold people accountable. You hire from outside the organization. That all finally got done, but the Rockies have years and years of damage to repair. That's why, like, when Elias Diaz won All-Star Game MVP a few years ago, it was fun because it's like, oh my gosh, finally the Rockies getting a little love.
Was it he won the game, right, with the home run?
He hit a home run in Seattle to give him the lead late. By the way, get your Hunter Goodman MVP bets in because he will get one at bat in the 8th or 9th inning, and if he hits the ball over the wall, he has a chance to be the MVP. Yeah. So your long shots, but it does crack me up when guys like Zach are like, well, Dick Monfort chews on the straw, so that means he cares. No, his actions tell us he may care, but what he does is very misplaced in how he manages his baseball team.
Who knows what he's chewing on the straw for? He could have just been given attendance, parking numbers, beer sales. There's other things that can probably get Dick Monfort a little anxious in the middle of a ball game. So I don't know. I get the Dick Monfort hate. I also try to go like, well, he tried to spend the money. He just hired incompetent people and gave them his credit card. So there's a little bit of that as well. The good news is, they're trying something new, and we'll see what it looks like in about 2 years from right now. So Home Run Derby, we'll talk about later who we'd like as winners and things like that sometime around 1:45. In the meantime, I want to get back to a Broncos conversation and hit an article I read this morning, and a major outlet calling the Broncos coordinators the best in the NFL. How can they be? With Webb being a rookie in his role, we're going to talk about that, and if they are the best in the NFL, are we seeing the last of Sean Payton, Davis Webb, and Vance Joseph this season? That's coming up next.
Should fans and media look past a certain thing when it comes to Peyton Watson?
It's a gamble that you have to take if you're the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, and don't we have to get over the fact that it's a $25 million a year deal? I know it. The money is insane. It's stupid. It is reckless. It is foolish, okay? I get it. I hate to say it, but $25 million a year isn't that much.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler
of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Never too late to send a Tribe roll call text. If you haven't got in or didn't get yours read earlier, you can hit us up there. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on the end of your text to hit us up. Get your text read sooner rather than later. And then the same deal over on YouTube. Looking at that chat room right now, thanks to our friends at Champ Honda, youtube.com/DenverSports. Click the Dover and Cecil stream and subscribe if you've got one click in you and participate there. Hang out with Jason, Mel, and the crew over there at youtube.com/DenverSports. All right, Will, I was reading Sports Illustrated and Monday Morning Quarterback, and they have an article up about the best coordinators in the entire NFL. And they have like 1 through 5, and they rank the offenses and defenses of each of these teams. But what's interesting to me is you got to get all the way to number 1 to talk about the Broncos. Yeah, that's right. They have offensive coordinator Davis Webb and defensive coordinator Vance Joseph as the best duo in the entire NFL. They ranked the Broncos defense at 10th a year ago, and the offense at 10th, defense 2nd overall. You brought it up earlier, Will, but had they not hit that weird wall in December for the 2nd straight year, that might be 1st overall because of what they were able to do. I guess takeaways they got to get better at. They only had 14 of those last year. Elite defenses are in the mid-20s, but they were good in every other department. So, are they the best duo in the NFL? And if so, it's only because of what could be rather than what is, right? This is a Davis Webb's supposed to be really good, so we're going to rank him in this spot. As high as I'm even on Davis Webb and as optimistic, I'm fired up that somebody named Sean Payton's not going to call the plays. A different set of eyeballs, a fresher set of eyeballs, and not so in love with the pass. Davis is going to be pretty in love with the pass, maybe not as much as Sean Payton, but even with my optimism, I feel like it's weird that he's on this list at number 1.
Yeah, when I see the Broncos duo ranked as 1, I go, oh, first of all, I like being number 1 on lists. If I'm a fan of the Broncos, which obviously I am, and not all, but a vast majority of the listeners are, that's great. You always want to be number 1 on a list. But 2, my gut reaction to this when you sent this to me was, wow, Vance Joseph's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I don't pretend to know all 64 coordinators in the NFL. I could probably name maybe half of them.
Yeah.
But my point is that if you're going to put this duo as the number one duo, VJ is the one with the resume. As you said, Webb's just the guy with potential. He's the rising star. Vance Joseph has been a head coach in this league before. It didn't work out. A lot of factors outside of his control. He goes to Arizona, gets the Cardinals defense in a pretty good spot, comes back here to work with Sean Payton, and the Broncos defense has obviously been excellent in Joseph's second stint in Denver, particularly the last 2 years when you had a Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain II. You had a candidate until the middle of December last year in Nick Bonito. You played in an AFC title game where you held the opponent to 10 points with a massive asterisk. It was really 3 points you held them to because of what Jarrett Stidham did that day, gifting New England 7 of their 10 points. So I have no problem with them being one. I just want to make it clear they are one because of VJ, and that doesn't mean I'm hating on Davis Webb. That doesn't mean I'm not excited about Davis Webb. It means I'm in firmly wait-and-see mode with Davis Webb, particularly because we've talked about this schedule. Those first 6 games are so tough, Dover. If they come out of the gate, say they come out of the gate at 2-4, worst case scenario 1-5, what's going to be the change that's made? No one's getting fired. You're not benching the quarterback. None of that's happening. You're shifting play calling from Davis Webb back to Sean Payton.
You really think it would happen that quick?
Oh, yeah. I think if they're 2-4 or 1-5, remember Dan Campbell made that change in Detroit.
It was Johnny Moe.
It was Johnny Morton when the Lions were struggling. Yeah, I think 3-3, it's still Davis's job. 2-4, there may be some hard discussions down there at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. If it's 1-5, and yes, for the record, I'm not predicting 1-5. I'm just saying, hypothetically, that's the change. Because what other change are you going to make?
Well, real quick, I said they'd go 3-3 in that stretch. What's that
I'd
bring?
sign up for 3-3 all day.
And no
every
changes.
day.
You just go, that's a gauntlet of a schedule.
Yeah.
We're going to live with
3-3, we're rolling. Davis is still calling the
Okay.
plays. But isn't Sean's ego big enough that the change he would make is he would take back play calling?
Well, I want to default and say, oh, yeah, right away, and that's probably the right answer. But it's something that Sean has said twice now, 2 different times through OTAs and minicamp when asked about Davis, referencing him being a play caller for the first time under Bill Parcells. And he said Bill would come to me and he'd give me a little grief, seeing me trying to be the hero and tell me to keep it in check. And I want to think, this is what I want to think, Sean would go back and go, I don't want to rip that off or rip that out of his hands because it would have torn me apart back when I was having that. And I'd like to think that Sean can put himself back in that situation. That's what I'd like to think and want to think. Now let me tell you what I think.
I was going to say those are 2 key words you just used,
Right.
want and like.
What I think Sean Payton is an egomaniac that thinks he's the smartest person that God has ever created. And with that in mind, Will, if they are 2-4, hell, if they're 3-3 and it kind of feels weird the way they got to that 3-3, let's say a couple of those wins are 1-score games and it's a late drive and it's more similar to the Broncos than we all want from a year ago, I don't think Sean Payton could help himself. I think that ego is too big. The little scenarios of the evil and good person that pops up on your shoulder. Sean is just both of himself, different versions of, and he listens to all 3. So, yeah, I'm terrified that he couldn't help himself and take it away because he'd go, I got to fix this for us.
If we got anything from that Wickersham article, it's that Sean has a lot of different personalities.
Yeah, that's right.
And it depends if you catch him at 1 in the morning or 1 in the afternoon. You may get a different answer because all those guys are together, 18, 19 hours a day, particularly during the playoffs. Do you think, too, with this Broncos coordinator duo being ranked number 1 in the NFL by Sports Illustrated, will they both be head coaches or will only one of them be a head coach in the future? Because I fear, and I'm not saying it's fair, I think Vance Joseph got passed over 2 years ago for a head coaching job. I think he got passed over this year for a head coaching job. I fear that the window has shut on VJ being a head coach again because not just GMs but the owners, they want Boy Wonder. They want Sean McVay 2.0. If you made me guess, I'd say Davis Webb is eventually a head coach in the NFL, and unfortunately Vance Joseph is not again.
I'd probably lean with you, and I think about what VJ's time was, and I think we know, and I think people in the NFL circles know, but they don't care enough. But, guys, Vance made 0 decisions. John made every single decision that was going to be made with the Broncos roster, salary cap. I'm sure VJ got to drop some, or not even drop plays, defensive guy, but talk about what they wanted to do as an identity as their offense.
You're talking about Elway was still running the show.
Elway was running the show.
Yep.
That's obvious. See, Vance even knows. We are aware of that. I think even other NFL teams that might be aware of that go, oh, well, if John didn't trust him, why would I?
And that'd be unfair to VJ.
It certainly is unfair, but if you're on the outside looking in and you don't know either of the gentlemen well, and you go, yeah, I'm going to rock with John Elway over Vance Joseph, because who wouldn't in an NFL circle?
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because, I like I said, I think Vance definitely deserves another shot. I think Davis will get a shot. But the reason they're number one on this list, let's be very clear, it's because of Joseph and not because of
Well,
Vance.
and Alex just made a good point in my ear of like, what if next offseason brings only 2 coaches get fired? And I know it's not like that a lot in the NFL, but like bigger names available or Vance Joseph. Again, no disrespect to VJ. You're just known as a really, really good coordinator, like one of the best and one of the worst coaches that we've seen.
It's kind of like Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like Vic finally got his chance here
And
to
they
be a
both
head
got
coach.
short straws.
Exactly. Although at least Vance, I got the impression, was trying.
Yeah.
Vic would just go watch the defense. It was like, dude, if you want to be a DC, why did you take a head coaching job? That's always weird to me. People take these promotions, they just want the more money, but they don't want to do the work that requires it. Like, Vic should have just realized, I'm a DC, that's what I'm good at. Whereas Vance, I would like to see him get another chance to do it. I just unfortunately don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm probably with you. That is unfortunate for a guy like VJ and his situation moving forward. So we'll see if they can live up to that bill. Number 1, according to Sports Illustrated. I'm with you, Will. That's mostly Vance Joseph. I could name the rest of the coordinators, but the teams like the Rams, you think like, well, they're pretty good, and their offense is like the best in the NFL with a really good defense. That's just how Sports Illustrated ranked it. I'm not going to cry over being number 1. I just think when I read it, my first one was like, y'all sure? You sure about that?
One is proven, the other is strictly potential at this point.
That's exactly it. All right, cool conversation there. We'll keep our Broncos conversation going and get to the defensive line. I want to talk about Jonathan Cooper. We'll give you a little update, something Will learned late last week about Jonathan Cooper and his court appearances, but then we're going to get to the football field version of Jonathan Cooper. What are we expecting from him if he's playing this fall? That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts will have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs, unlawful arrests, the police putting body cams off. The evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. For an 8% scheduling incentive and a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments, go to drhi.com. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I want to talk a little Jonathan Cooper. But before we do that, I want to remind everybody that this Thursday, noon to 1, it's our first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. Hopefully you got some tickets to go out to Training Camp at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We want to see you out there rocking the gear. We're going to be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant in Golden. The address, you ready to write it down? It's 2501 Ford Street. 2501 Ford Street in Golden. You can only get one per person, but come with the crew. Each of you get one. While supplies last. For more details, you can find out the location nearest you at DenverSports.com/shirt. That is DenverSports.com/shirt. So go get your gear and rock it when you're out there. Hopefully we get to see you and say hello. All right, Will Peterson is hanging out for Cecil today. Been a fun show, Will, and appreciate you sitting in. I want to talk a little bit about Jonathan Cooper and the situation that he's in. I learned something from you sitting in last week and getting a chance to talk with our buddy Mike Kliss, because if I'm right, Jonathan was going to go to court a week before players were going to report. I believe it was July 23rd. That's the date that's popping into my head here, reading some of Mike's work and some of our stuff at DenverSports.com. Now, you're telling me that there might not be any more court dates in the year 2026 for Jonathan Cooper.
Yeah, I was filling in for Zach, and Mike was nice enough to hop on and explain to us, me and Philip Lindsay, that because there were more charges added that were eventually all consolidated into one trial, there's a real chance this doesn't hit the books or hit the courtroom until 2027. So that's a massive change in the timeline of this. I think Cooper and his camp initially were hoping to have this all figured out by training camp. Then he went and got arrested a second time.
Yeah.
Spent the night in jail a second time in 8 days. And that complicated things. And that added a felony charge to this as well. So now, because of all that, there is some procedural hearing near the end of July, but then a trial date will get set, and that trial date may not be till January 27, February 27, March 27, a long time. So it definitely, the allegations are extremely serious, and it definitely is going to be something we're monitoring. But the reality is there's still a football portion of this conversation as well, because Jonathan Cooper is a damn good football player. And if the trial isn't until the calendar flips, the Broncos may be tempted to just say, we're going to have him play this year because he's innocent until proven guilty, which is a great thing. Everyone should have that right.
Well, the Players Association would require that.
Exactly. And I'm talking even in the courts, too. He's innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
The Broncos may use it as, I don't want to say an excuse, but as a reason of why Jonathan Cooper is still playing and still on the team, because he's due his day in court, and for whatever reason, that day in court's not coming until 2027. So therefore, Jonathan Cooper is going to play the 2026 season on our roster.
Well, and I know it's our guy and our team, but there's a dirty little secret in sports, and it's not so secret these days. If your talent outweighs the headache, they'll deal with the headache. Is Jonathan Cooper still in that world? Does his talent outweigh the headache that he's now provided for the Denver Broncos? Because this is a major headache and a distraction. And I will say, Sean gets a lot of credit for a bunch of stuff, flipping this thing on its head, but bringing in guys that you don't have to worry about this is one of the biggest things that Sean has done. And he doesn't want that nonsense on his roster. So does the talent still outweigh the headache? Well, that's where we can get into the football conversation, because I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure it does. A guy that had a half a sack from November to January, is that good enough? Is the talent worth the headache at that point? Because half a sack sure isn't. He did get double-digit sacks in 2024. I'm not going to hold my breath that he ever hits double-digit numbers again. And if the number is 6-7 sacks, while being a really, really good, and dare I even say elite run stuffer, because I think Jonathan at times flashes as an elite run-stuffing edge guy. But if we're talking about, all right, well, he's just good at stopping the run and he can give you 5 or something sacks, can't John Ellis do that? Can't Andrea Tillman do that? Let's see what a guy like Q Robbins, some of these younger dudes that are chomping at the bit to get an opportunity, can do in training camp, and then answer this question. Because if it's yes to one of those guys that I just rattled off, then maybe there is a reason to find an out on this contract.
Yeah, plus everything else going on with Cooper. You're right that it would be one of those situations where, remember Sean at owners' meetings did the whole Jonah's going to go inside thing, and everyone's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like why?
I'm going to chalk that up to Sean didn't get enough sleep, one too many lattes, whatever you want to call it. I think that conversation is now completely dead. Clearly, Jonah Ellis is going to play on the outside, and I want Jonah Ellis to play on the outside. I go back to Super Bowl 50, Josh, and you think about the dynamic duo that was Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware. Hall of Famers, of course. DeMarcus already in there. Von will be in there 5 years after he retires. But they had depth. They had depth on that team, too. Shaq Barrett was a depth piece who went to Tampa Bay and became one of the best sackers in the NFL. I believe he led the NFL in sacks one year. Even Shane Ray, his rookie year's career never panned out the way folks wanted it to, or certainly Shane wanted it to, but he was making plays as well. I bet John Elway, if he had a do-over, would have found a way to keep Shaq Barrett, so that way when DeMarcus Ware retired, he could have paired Shaq and Vaughn together. That would have been a much better duo than sort of the leftovers Von Miller was playing with in his later years of his Denver career. I'm not saying Jonah Ellis is going to become Shaq Barrett, but every time I watch Jonah Ellis, he's brimming with potential. So isn't there a temptation, if you're the Broncos, just move on from Jonathan Cooper now? You certainly wouldn't be doing this if he didn't get arrested twice, but because he got arrested twice and some very serious allegations, including Cooper admitting to a police officer that he put his hands on his girlfriend's throat, I would just cut him. I would just move on. Give Jonah Ellis that role. D'Andrea Tillman, Q Robinson in the wings waiting. To me, I think Jonah Ellis is ready to be paired with Nick Bonito.
I do too. I think Jonah Ellis, D'Andrea Tillman, Q. Jonah can go today. I think Tillman could go today. As that starter, the younger guys are going to need a little bit more time, and you don't know how they're, could they be a full-time player, and what do they look like by week 16? Have they broken down? That's something that those younger dudes have to figure out, but you do get benefit of the doubt. I know how the sports world works, and so do you, Will, that if they think he's still a very good piece and a serviceable player that's going to help them win football games, then yeah, they're going to try to push this thing and kick it down the road. And Harvey works for the team. Harvey now working for Jonathan Cooper. He's going to do everything like that. What I would imagine happens here, gut feeling on July 13th, is we don't hear another peep out of the Jonathan Cooper situation, except for when he goes to court on that day, whatever it is, week before camp, and they go, next time you'll see Jonathan Cooper in court will be February 23rd, 2027, or whatever the date may be, but it'll come after Super Bowl 61.
Yeah, that's my gut as well on it, and I think if this is not a decision that is up to Sean and George. This is a decision, like it or not, this reaches the level of ownership, and this is ultimately for Greg and Carey to decide if they still want Jonathan Cooper on the football team or not. And I think what they will do is they will go to their football people. Greg and Carey will say, well, if we cut this guy, what does it look like? And then Sean and George will have to either make the case of, we really need Jonathan Cooper. Please don't cut him. Please let the legal process play out.
Right.
Or
please,
if Greg and Carey are saying, we don't feel comfortable with him on our team, we think we're going to make a decision to move on, maybe Sean and George do have to explain, hey, we're ready. We're ready because we've got Jonah, we've got D'Andrea, we've got Q, we've got other guys in the pipeline we feel good about. It feels like a resolution needs to come in the next 2 weeks, right? Camp starts on the 28th of July. The fans, the first day they're allowed is the 31st, that Friday of July. I'm not saying you need to come out and support him, anything like that, but it does feel like, is it just going to be one of those days, the first day camp's open in the media, people are going to be looking around going, is Cooper here? Is he not here? Like that's going to be the story of the day. So if I'm the Broncos, I want to get this sorted out between now and then.
Well, and then if he is a part of it, how quickly does Patrick Smythe go, you're on the podium today? Or do they just ignore that completely? Patrick's pretty good about doing that. Patrick Smythe's the lead PR guy for the Denver Broncos. He's one of honestly, he's the best in town at what he does.
If I were in the Broncos' shoes, I wouldn't let Jonathan Cooper talk to the media.
At all.
And I know I'm saying that as a media member who wants to hear from Jonathan Cooper, but what is the upside to putting Jonathan Cooper in front of microphones? Like, put yourself in the shoes of a public relations expert.
Yeah, I guess his side doesn't really matter right now, right?
If it hasn't played out in a court of law yet, is it just going to be a bunch of, I can't talk about that? Because then,
I think I was thinking of myself selfishly wanting the box checked. I want to hear from Jonathan.
But you know where it gets really awkward? Jonathan's here to take your football questions.
Yeah, they're like, we don't have any.
Because we've seen press conferences about that before. Hey, we're only here to talk about baseball. We're only here to talk about football. Well, the reason everyone wants to talk to you is something that happened off the field.
Yeah.
Because then everyone's going to be like, okay, Jonathan, how many sacks do you want this year? The interview loses sort of the purpose there.
You go, I got a football question. Did you meet this girl around Thanksgiving last year when your production dropped off the mountainside? I'm sure to get a dirty look, but it's the only question I could really think of now that has to do with football and Jonathan Cooper.
Or how much of a distraction is this going to be to your game this year?
There you go. Yeah.
We're not even looking back. We're looking forward. Can you really play a high-level football when you have a felony trial looming here in a few months?
Yeah, felony trial. This goes wrong, and Jonathan Cooper, he's not playing football. He's going behind bars. That's the bigger question. That's a good one right there. All right, well, we'll see it. We'll let it play out, and we'll figure out where we are when Jonathan Cooper has his day in court. The Denver Nuggets actually signed somebody over the weekend. I don't think it's going to get anybody too fired up, but we'll tell you who they grabbed from the Euro League and what kind of role this player will have coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's we're doing Bob's roof down the street.
And in ring 2, there's we will cover your deductible.
And in ring 3, what do I need to do to get you to sign today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly, the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need better rest? Let Mattress Firm Sleep Experts match you with the perfect bed at the July 4th sale. They make sleep easy.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, Home Run Derby action kicks off starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is flyout. FLYOUT. Text flyout to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's flyout to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
I like this a lot, Alex. It's a good little feeling here. This is nice. Dover and Cecil hanging out until 2 o'clock. Cecil's out. Will Peterson is in. Had a lot of fun today. Enjoying our conversation. Enjoying seeing you guys hitting us up on the text line. RamosLaw.com text line. Seeing y'all getting after each other over on the YouTube page. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Our guy Jason, Will, we were talking about Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
And his time in Denver. Jason wrote, Vic Fangio was fired the moment he ordered a cheeseburger at Shanahan's. He just didn't know it yet.
It's not a bad thought because remember, Vic Fangio also was the guy who did not own a suit.
Oh, that's right.
For his introductory press conference,
Yeah.
so they had to go out and buy him a suit. So the combo of you don't own one suit and you're a, 60-year-old man.
Yeah.
And 2, we take you to a steakhouse. You want the New York strip, you want the filet mignon. No, I'm going to have the cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
It's like, dude, you realize you're not paying for this. This one's on the house.
You're a writer, radio guy, digital host. I'm a radio host. That's it. That's all I do. I own 6 suits. How many you own?
7 or 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's a couple in there that I haven't worn in a while.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, all right, does it need to go to the tailor? Does it need to go to the dry cleaner? But if you're Vic Fangio, even if you have one collecting dust in the back of the closet,
Still got one.
You can pull it out, not make the Broncos scramble to go, what's the best department store in town where we can go get Vic a new suit?
It's big and tall. You got to get over there for Vic.
Exactly.
I always love the Vic. He told Fox 31 once, he would do the coaches show,
Oh, I'm sure that was must-see TV.
Dude, it was brutally boring, but occasionally he'd say something you're like, did he just say, what did he
You
just
realize
say?
there's cameras on you.
He said once, I don't even remember who the Fox 31 guy was.
Wasn't it Nick Griffith?
I think it was Nick
I want to
Griffith.
say? Yeah, shout out Nick.
Shout out Nick. He asked him something about love life. Do you have a special someone or what? You're going to go see your special someone during the bye week. And Vic Fangio was like, I have a special lady in San Francisco I'll see once a month. And I'm like, did he just wait a minute? Hold on, Vic. That's a different kind of relationship, and you're sharing that with the world. Right? That's weird, isn't it?
I'm not going to comment too much on that, but
I
come
want all
on.
the meatballs and the pasta.
Yeah, see? Vic knows. Right when he said it, I was like, hold on now. Wait, don't say that. All right, good stuff. Jason, fun little trip down memory lane with Vic Fangio on the YouTube chat. All right, the Denver Nuggets. Will, they got a 29-year-old defensive player of the year. The problem is he's the EuroLeague defensive player of the year, and he's 29 years old. Alpha Diallo signed a 1-year, $1.4 million deal with the Denver Nuggets this weekend. He's going to come in, and he's going to be a piece that they're going to think can play some basketball. He spent a year playing at West. Earlier I said it was Frederick Douglass Academy. I was reading the Wikipedia wrong. That's a New York school. He played at Denver West here in Denver. He's 6'7". He's 210 pounds. He plays hard. He tries. He's about to live out his NBA dream, and maybe that brings some juice to the rest of the team. I just don't know. Oh man, that guy next to me is playing really hard. I'm gonna do the same thing. I don't know if that works at the NBA level. And from a dude coming from Europe that has never even touched the NBA. You made a good point. I was looking through his Wikipedia. I'm like, dude, this guy didn't even get invited to play in the summer league. But it was dead smack in the middle of COVID where none of that was happening. So that explains some of it. I want to be happy about a 6'7", 210-pound defender that actually cares about defense and wants to put forth effort on that side of the floor. I like that part of it. I like the outside-the-box thinking of John Wallace and Ben Tenzer going, I've been trying to do this all offseason with my Nuggets takes. Let me take the hand I'm being given and play it. Let me see how well I can play this hand that I'm being dealt. They're doing the same thing. So I like the idea, the outside-the-box thinking, what do we need? A defender and a try-hard guy. Well, you got that, and you got it at $1.4 million. The problem is, Will, you're better offensively than he is.
That may be a stretch, but yeah, this guy.
You get where I'm going.
This guy is reminding me a little bit of Spencer Jones in the way you're describing him.
Spencer's a much better shooter.
And Spencer's release is ugly, but he puts the ball in the hoop. And the problem, if you're a Nuggets fan, you're going, man, 7, 8, 9, 10 days ago, you guys are talking about LeBron James. And now we're talking about Alpha Diallo. I mean, cool story, played over at Denver West. He's coming back home. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He has grinded. He's clearly grinded over in Europe to earn this opportunity.
He's about to live his dream.
And that is very cool. The problem is I'm not doing this as a Nuggets fan for very cool stories. I'm doing this to win championships. And I'm doing this because I still have, in my eyes, the best player in the world on my roster, Nikola Jokic, and I want to give him a realistic shot to get a second ring during his time in Denver. Life comes at you fast, man. We're signing Euro Defensive Players of the Year that can't shoot the ball. And the problem is everyone and smart people I trust on social media are saying, this isn't just the 14th guy on your roster. This dude is going to play this season, like rotational minutes. And a huge knock on the Nuggets is Christian Brown can't shoot. He's a shooting guard who can't shoot. So what happens on offense? They just leave him open. They dare him to shoot. That's a dangerous way to have to play basketball when you really only have 4 offensive threats against 5 defenders. With all due respect to Diallo, that may be the same case, and David Adelman may look at this 10, 15 games into this experiment and go, it's great on defense. I can't play him, though. Guys, I can't play him. He has no ability to scare opposing defenses that on offense we are playing a man down. So while this is an intriguing signing, I would feel so much better if this is the last guy on the roster, and if you go into Philadelphia and only 7 or 8 guys can play, or remember the famous Utah game a few years ago.
Magnificent 7.
With the shot of Michael Malone and his 7 players on the PJ together, that's where I want Diallo. I don't look at this signing and go, oh, Euro Defensive Player of the Year. Sign him up for 80 games in 15, 16 minutes a game. It shows you how much of a financial pinch the Nuggets are in, one that they have put themselves in, one they could get themselves out of, but they don't want to go into the second apron.
Well, and also you bring up Christian Brown. I'll bring up Payton Watson, too. Are they in the business of re-signing Payton Watson? Because if that's the case, then you have Christian, Watson, and now Diallo as your defenders. What does that tell you about how they feel about Payton and Christian as defenders, or maybe the future of Payton if you had to go out and get this guy?
But real quick, Payton Watson did show some promise on offense.
16 games worth, yeah.
But he shows he has it in him. Has Christian Brown ever shown a 16-game stretch where he has it in him? Has Diallo ever shown, least Payton?
The answer is no to both of those.
There's this, we're sort of chasing this mythical creature. Maybe this guy can be a dynamic offensive player. With Brown, it's probably not going to happen at the NBA level.
There's more of a bigger ceiling, I guess, for Payton Watson, but I'm still terrified that that same bug that bit us with Christian Brown bites us with Payton Watson. He did it 16 times, played good, and was a good offensive player. I don't know if that's something I'm giving somebody $100 million over, although it's not my money. But your point about that 14th man on the bench, I want to continue that because I watched a little bit. Alex, I'll bring you in on it too, of what the Summer League was. Are Hopkins and Brazil even a part of this conversation of being players with a role this year on the Denver Nuggets? We'll get into that coming up next.
With the Broncos bringing back J.K. Dobbins and drafting Jonah Coleman, is there an important piece that fans could be sleeping on?
It just seems like RJ Harvey's been the forgotten man in all this. There were things he did last year that maybe didn't blow you away. He was a rookie. I'm one that refuses to bury a guy until I see how he comes back for that second year. Because for a lot of these rookies, that rookie season is just one big whirlwind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Hey, Colorado, do you hear that? Not really. That's the sound of your neighbor Gary mowing his lawn at 6 a.m. with his new electric lawn equipment. Gary got 30% off with a statewide discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers. Don't sleep on this great deal. Statewide discount only through the end of 2026. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org. When Vantage walks your property for a threat zone analysis, they don't send a salesman. They send a security pro with years of experience designing and installing these systems. The same pro who walks your property designs your system, installs your cameras, and picks up the phone 3 years later when you need them. Same team, start to finish. That's the Vantage standard. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we continue our Nuggets conversation. We'll talk a little bit about the home run derby that's on deck tonight as Major League Baseball's All-Star break has arrived. We were talking a little bit about the Nuggets and the pieces that they have and the addition of EuroLeague defender, the EuroLeague Defensive Player of the Year, Alpha Diallo. We'll see what it looks like. Will, you said it. Like, hey, if that guy's dude 14 on your bench, all good. But they can't do that right now with their financial constraints. So I look at Diallo as like a pretty important piece in the rotation that Adelman's hand will be forced to play. Even the young guys in Brazil who missed Summer League game number 2 with a shoulder injury, and that made sense because he was awful in the first game shooting the basketball, so something had to be wrong, and it was his shoulder. Bryce Hopkins was fine. I don't know that he's going to be this scorer giving you 24 a night like he did in Summer League Game 1 at the NBA level, but he's strong. He can dribble. He can finish with both hands, and he can sort of shoot it a little bit there. So we'll look at those guys. Like, if those dudes were 12, 13, and 14 on the Nuggets bench, I'd go, well, all right, yeah, that's cool.
Sure.
Break
Sign me
glass
up.
in case of emergency, those weird nights that you were kind of talking about. Yeah, get that. But I'm afraid they're like 8, 9, and 10. 9, 10, and 11 in this rotation, and that means they absolutely have to play, and that's not good for the Denver Nuggets or those of us that love this team.
And think about where we were this time a year ago. Oh, my gosh, depth. They finally have depth for the first time in the Nikola Jokic era. You got Jonas Valanciunas, the best backup center since maybe Mason Plumlee, maybe ever. You've got Tim Hardaway Jr., this sharpshooter off the or off the bench who can bang in threes. It just felt like, wow, they really do have a good starting five and a good bench, much like they did when they won the NBA title. When you go back to the 2009 team, love the 8-man rotation George Karl rolled out for that team. Like, you really want 8, 9 guys you feel very good about. If I had to go win a game tomorrow, this is my rotation. This is how it would work. We're talking about second-round draft picks potentially being in your rotation. We're talking about EuroLeague Defensive Player of the Years potentially being in your rotation. Life comes at you fast. It's crazy how fast depth went from being a strength to a potential major problem for this year's version of the Nuggets.
It's a major, major problem indeed. There was something else we were just talking about a little bit during the break. We can bring it to the air. Are you intrigued by KJ Simpson at all? A guy, he's saying all the right things. He's like, I'd love to play for Denver. The name on that jersey means something to me, and that's great for the fans. For the front office, I don't think they really care how you feel about the city that you're representing. I like KJ, again, the ties and him being around a lot. I don't feel comfortable in any way as him being the backup point guard for this team.
No, not at all. And he's a Colorado kid. Well, he's a Buffalo. I don't know where he grew up, but he's a Buff. He's now with the Nuggets. That's cool. That's cool. But I'll go back to what I said with Diallo. I don't care about cool stories. I care about championships. And no, man, like, I'm sorry. You're not going to win a title with KJ Simpson as your backup point guard. Sorry to be the dream killer. But it's almost appalling to me as Nuggets fans that the front office and the ownership has put us in this position, that this is what we have to talk about. Imagine if you're Nikola Jokic, and I understand there were pictures of him over the weekend on the raft, and he doesn't have a care in the world. Well, it's really easy to not have a care in the world when you're the best basketball player on earth and you've made over $300 million and you've got another $350 million looming next summer. But for fans, man, who live and die with this team, who probably spend more than they should on tickets to go to a game, or those season tickets are coming at the expense of something else in their life, this is not fun. Like, I'm no longer having fun talking about KJ Simpson and Alpha Diallo and Bryce Hopkins and Trevin Brazil. I'm not. Those guys shouldn't be, and it's not your fault, those guys shouldn't be getting airtime, right? Like, when they won the title, who was on the very end of their bench? Give me a name. Hunter Tyson.
Yeah.
Did you come in here and talk about Hunter Tyson? You did not.
I went out of my way to not talk about
You
Hunter
talked
Tyson.
about a championship-level team, and you, as a organization, the tremendous disservice you are now doing to Nikola Jokic is borderline malpractice. And it's not just Nikola. Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, guys who are heart and soul pieces on a title team. You are doing them a disservice by surrounding them with this little amount of talent that you have this offseason. And you can blame Calvin Booth all you want. He's gone. You know who gave Christian Brown his deal? This current regime.
Yeah.
Blame yourselves for that. You know who's been here the whole time? The whole time. Josh Kroenke.
Yeah.
He's been here the entire time. And the Nuggets, more and more as we sit here.
Not like physically here, but he's been here.
He's been on planet Earth overseeing the Denver Nuggets, yes.
He hasn't been at the arena or the locker room, but he's been here.
When you have a private jet, the world is your oyster. My point is the Nuggets are becoming the Milwaukee Bucks more and more by the day.
Ooh.
And how did it end with the Milwaukee Bucks? Giannis Antetokounmpo no longer plays for them. And I would hate it. I would absolutely hate it. But at the same time, I wouldn't blame him if Nikola Jokic elects to hit free agency next summer.
I would hate it. I don't think it's happening. I'm not saying you do, but it would be worst case scenario, nightmare situation for the Denver Nuggets, the same spot that the Milwaukee Bucks are. The Milwaukee Bucks have some history that they can lean upon. The Denver Nuggets have none of that Nikola Jokic has provided.
No, the Jokic era is, I mean,
It's the
with
greatest
all
era
due
of
respect to
90s.
Alex English and the 09 team, like the era of Nikola has been the most fun, leaps and bounds.
Mm-hmm.
And if Nikola Jokic says, I don't have to take that player option, I'm a free agent, that's a reality 352 days from now.
I mean, you know what he already did? This whole entire season from when are they going to get back? September to what we hope is June, but if David's coaching, it's early May.
They didn't make it to May this year.
Right, might not even
Their
be
last game was in April. Think about that.
Jesus, dude, that's disappointing. Every team, every player that he has a relationship with is coming up, and that post-game dap-up hug is, I can't wait to see you over here next year. Every single player is
The
gonna
recruitment will begin.
Yeah. And how is Luka not at the front of that line?
I don't think I'll be an NBA fan if Nikola Jokic wears a different jersey.
Dude, I couldn't blame you.
And, like, if I come in here and they're like, hey, we're talking Nuggets today, I'll do it because I'm a pro and it's my job. I will load that.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather talk Rockies.
Yeah.
I'd rather talk Rapids. I'd rather talk Mammoth than the Denver Nuggets if they fumble the Nikola Jokic era that badly.
I don't think it would ever be forgiven. It's certainly not forgotten.
Yeah, you think Nolan Arenado was bad?
Yeah.
This would be Nolan Arenado on steroids times 1,000, Josh. 1,000.
Last Nuggets note here. Did you see what Christian said over the weekend at Summer League? Quote, it's good to have a little setback sometimes. Definitely motivated. Definitely excited for the summer. Just got to attack the ankle and make sure that the ankle's in a good spot. I know I'll bounce back, and I know who I am as a player, so I'm really excited. Sometimes it's good to get punched in the mouth a little bit. From Christian Brown.
I'm willing to give CB the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we don't really have another option. You know, I've said I would trade him for a bucket of basketballs just to get off the 5-year, $125 million. No one's offering that because they don't want to inherit that contract. It's an albatross. It is no hyperbole, perhaps the worst contract in the NBA. So, yes, I'm forced to give him the benefit of the doubt, but let's not forget, when Kentavious Caldwell-Pope left a couple years ago and CB had to be the starter, he was pretty good. Problem is he did a ton of damage to his reputation around the league and in Denver with his poor play last year, culminated by what we all saw in the postseason. Dude had a layup and was scared to attack the bucket. The whole bench reacted like, whoa.
What are you doing?
Dude, that's 2 points. We need those 2 points.
Look like Ben Simmons out there.
Do I think he was hurt? Absolutely. Do I think he was that hurt that he became that bad a basketball player overnight? I don't know. That's the million-dollar question, but Christian Brown was a fan favorite. He absolutely was a fan favorite. He's balling out in front of Shakira in the NBA Finals, and he's got this little baby face. Fun story. No longer a fun story baby face, dude.
No.
You're a $125 million grown-ass man playing in the NBA. You got to start performing like it, or this fan base will turn on him quick. In fact, I would argue, half the fan base is already over Christian Brown?
Yep. But I think your point of, like, give him benefit of the doubt is where Nuggets fans will be by the time they get to game one of this upcoming season. Not that they'll go, yeah, whatever, it was last year, but we're all, I do it too. We're all going to talk ourselves into what the next season's going to be. We're all optimistic when the season starts. And I will say this, when I saw that quote from Christian Brown, my first response was like, hell yeah. All right, good. Yeah, you should want to respond when you get punched in the face. Then my second reaction or emotion is like, hold on. Why does it take a punch in the face for you to get motivated? Right? Like, again, if your boss has to motivate you or a punch in the face from Jaden McDaniels has to motivate you, I'll show you a bad employee, even if it's a basketball player.
Because people naturally get fat and happy. And I understand that contract had not set in yet, but he put pen to paper on life-changing money.
It's looming.
He was still making plenty of money. You know, it's not like Christian Brown isn't already living in a nice place. He made good money off his rookie deal. Now he made absurdly, ridiculously good money off this new deal. And I think for whatever reason, a combo of the ankle injury and he let his guard down a little bit. He got a little too comfortable last year. And I hope he needs to play like that guy on fire again.
Yeah.
When they won the NBA Finals, he played like that.
When he burst upon to the scene, he was fighting for minutes. He earned the minutes. Then he was fighting for more minutes. Then he was fighting for a starting spot. What's he fighting for now? What was he fighting for?
His reputation.
I hope that matters to him.
At this point, he's fighting for his reputation.
You know athletes like I know athletes. Some of them don't give a damn about what their reputation is because the cash is the check's cash. I hope Christian's not that kind of guy.
I do too. By the way, can I slander Melo for a second?
Please,
yeah.
Well,
you got something you want to run by me.
Alex,
I was excited for this.
A Carmelo Anthony made his all-time top 5 players, the all-time starting 5 for Carmelo Anthony.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you it in just a second on
Please
KKFN.
tell me he didn't put himself in it.
You're going to be upset.
All right, do your legal. My bad.
It's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver, plus KARS Laramie. What up with it? 102.9 Dover and Cecil is brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Go get you a shake at Wayback Burgers. All right, Carmelo Anthony. He's got his all-time starting 5. Point guard, Magic Johnson. Shooting guard, Michael Jordan. So far, we're okay.
I have no problem with either of those two.
Power forward, Kevin Garnett. I'd probably throw Timmy D in there.
Yeah, I'd probably put LeBron James in there.
LeBron's probably a spy. I might find LeBron at the small forward. His center is Shaquille O'Neal. I get it. He's a younger guy. That's the dominant center of his era. His starting small forward from the University of Syracuse, it's Carmelo Anthony. He put himself in with Magic, Michael, Kevin, and Shaquille O'Neal with Carmelo Anthony.
Unbelievable. The guy had
Is it
no
unbelievable?
self-awareness when he played in Denver. He's now, 42, 43, 44 years old.
Yeah.
Still has absolutely zero self-awareness to put himself in his all-time starting 5. He doesn't have LeBron in there.
No, or Kobe.
But he's got Carmelo in there. You know what Carmelo was like when he came to Denver? He revived the franchise so that they could go losing 5 in the first round. That was Melo's MO.
What was his, what you say ceiling was without Chauncey?
Losing in 5 in round 1. I mean, every year it was, would we lose to the Spurs? Would we lose to the Wolves? Would we lose to the Lakers?
Lakers, yeah.
Year after year after year. And then Chauncey gets here and saves the day. Kenyon Martin, great player. Nene. Dante Jones, sneaky good in that starting 5. Remember, he guarded Kobe.
Yeah, he tripped Kobe, remember?
Your bench, can you name me your bench? The Birdman.
Oh, wow. Birdman.
Chris Anderson.
There was a shooter, too, off of the...
There was. He's a very famous golfer in Denver.
Oh, that's JR.
J.R.
Yeah,
Smith.
we talk about his highlight reel.
And then the 8th one is always the one people struggle the most with. University of Missouri. From overseas.
I don't remember.
You don't like him.
Lennis Kleza.
Yeah,
he did sex on a girl I was dating at the time. I didn't like that at all.
I knew if I could get Lennis Kleza in there.
Damn it, Will.
But Melo's just delusional because that team that made the Western Conference Finals, yes, he was a good player on that team. But they finally got over the hump when a grown man in Chauncey Billups,
An adult came in the room.
who could lead the team alongside George Karl. George was leading them as well. Sort of got that train on the tracks and helped them reach their potential. If Anthony Carter, maybe the 9th man on that team, could have gotten the ball in bounds, they definitely could have beaten the Orlando Magic, and we could have had a parade after the 09 season.
Yeah, I always like that because people blame Anthony Carter when you could also blame Kenyon Martin. He was the inbounder, got the job taken away because the previous game he did the same thing. And then George went, I'm going to trust the old reliable AC, and then AC did the same thing too. So really there's twofold, but everybody remembers Anthony, which I completely understand.
I just love how everyone says, oh, everyone grows up at some point in their life. Carmelo Anthony, I don't know if that's happened quite yet.
I don't know. Although, like, if you ask me to make a list of the best radio hosts in Denver, I'm definitely putting myself on it. Right? Like,
okay, that's fair, but with all due respect to a Denver sports radio host power rankings, that doesn't have the same type of cachet as greatest NBA starting lineup of all time, and Carmelo decides to put himself in it.
Well, he did put himself on
He did. ZB sliding in. His starting lineup is Magic, Michael, Carmelo, Kevin Garnett, and Shaquille O'Neal.
God
That's
almighty.
his all-time starting 5.
You know, Melo was a great player, and he really was Hall of Fame caliber player, especially when you take into consideration that the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame takes into account your college career, your international career. Melo is one of the great Olympian basketball players of all time, and the greatest one and done in the history of college basketball, bringing Syracuse to their only national championship. But he was never, and I bet if you did a quiz amongst sports fans or Nuggets fans and asked them how many times Carmelo Anthony was first team All-NBA, what would your guess be?
I would guess at least 2 times.
Mine would be 0, just because I don't like Carmelo Anthony.
The answer is 0.
Wow.
So Carmelo Anthony will go into the Hall of Fame. Absolutely. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame. He's the greatest one and done of all time. Your top 5 Olympian in men's basketball, but never was first team All-NBA. And so, no, you can't put yourself you can't put yourself on the greatest starting 5 list of all time, which apparently he did.
Yeah.
Last week he was.
He
on
left
a podcast.
LeBron and Kobe off of the list.
He's unbelievable. Last week on his podcast, he was talking about how really $100 million contract isn't that much money.
That's right.
and it's just
didn't he say, "How does a guy live off $300,000?"
Dude,
I think that was a quote from Carmelo.
Yes, his lack of awareness is stunning. And if I bet if you ask Carmelo Anthony, like if you're his podcast host, like, what do you think the average American salary is in the United States right now? I don't even know if he would know where to start if he doesn't know how you can not live off $300,000.
I like that game. Like, what's a gallon of milk cost? Just in your world, what do you think a gallon of milk costs?
Just so far out of touch from reality.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we just wanted to close on Carmelo putting himself on the list. But welcome back, CB.
Yes. But I told Will, like, would we all top 5 Denver radio hosts? You leaving yourself off the list? I'm not.
You
I'm
can't.
not.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. Come on now, ZB. You can't leave yourself off the list.
See, when you go down this road, because you can sound like a jerk.
Sure.
You can sound like a jerk.
Kind of like Melo just did.
Right.
You sound like a jerk if it's not correct. Like for Melo, that was not correct of him to do. Like, you know that you're not on that list. Now, I love the confidence. Everybody should have that confidence that you're the best player ever. But let's be real. Right? You aren't up there on that list just yet, or you'll never be because you're done. For you, ZB, you got to put yourself on that list, baby.
I personally would not, because of how I think I would come across to even my own self, but I understand from the confidence. It's almost like you hear this with rappers too. Like, if you don't think you're
Dylon,
like if you don't think you're the best, or you're not out to be the best, then you don't get involved with rap, because if you don't have confidence, then no one's going to believe in you. So I understand why Dover would put himself on his own list, like Carmelo.
Yeah, I guess I'm a jerk, guys.
I say welcome back, Zach, and Dover goes, would you put yourself on the top 5 radio?
So are you top 5?
Nice and light. ZB's back in the building.
No, Zach, answer the question.
Yeah.
No, it is so good to be back, man. I told Phil before I left, and appreciate you, Will, filling in, when I was gone. And it does. This sounds corny, and I know how it sounds, but I say it anyway, and I've said it through the years because I always haven't had this. It is. It brings me incredible comfort knowing that I can step away and know someone like Will is filling in, and it's going to be fun, engaging shows. Anilo, I think, was in for a couple days, so that's great. But I told Phil before I left, this is the most amount of time that I did not have to go to work since I started working, postgraduate from college.
Yeah.
I've taken a week before, all 5 days, but it was all 5 days attached to the Thursday and the Friday that our company gave us for the 4th of July. So you take those 2 days plus a weekend plus 5 days plus another weekend. It's nearly.
Damn, ZB.
It wasn't a full-blown Phil 2 weeks off, but it was close to 2 weeks. And I got to tell you, it was, and I've shared this, with you guys through the years too. And I know some people don't care, but we got 4 hours to fill, and it's the middle of the summer.
Yeah, it's your world we're living in, ZB.
I am not a good vacationer through the years. I'm not. After 2 or 3 shows missed, I get antsy. I feel like, because it's not just any occupation. Like, this is our show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so when people tune in and you're not there, like, even as great as a fill-in host as Will is, and I mean that genuinely, like, people who are used to hearing the same 2 hosts, it's your show. You're right. We're not pumping gas. Like, we're here engaging and having conversations. But this time around was different, man. I think it was the most enjoyable time that I've had with that much time off. And I think that it's because we got great fill-ins. Our show has come such a long way in the last 3 years.
Indeed it has.
And then this other component, my wife's dad, and we found this out the night before we left, he's got stage 4 cancer. He's got stage 4 cancer.
Sorry to hear that.
And so, and luckily we got some good news during the trip that it had not traveled to, his organs. So the oncologist is like, we're going to be able to treat this. Like, we think, like we
right.
And so we got that great uplifting news, but it's like when like work would come into my mind, it's like, wait, like we're supposed to be at Disney World.
Yeah.
Like, we pivoted this trip to go to South Carolina because that's where he lives.
You got to be in that moment.
And you have to just, like, I'm looking at someone who has stage 4 cancer. I can't be thinking about work. So it was incredible what that actually did. It wasn't even like I was actively thinking about it. It was, like, super subconscious. and it just sort of took place. And it was day 7, day 8, and the whole family's around.
I
And
can enjoy this. Nothing without Phil. He burn my ass out.
And you didn't end up in a hospital with a felon next to you or anything?
No,
like
no,
Phil
we're
did out in Hawaii?
No, it was
Pretending to fish. ZB, I saw the fish that you pretend to catch.
Dude, I brought my son fishing for this. We went up in Grand Lake last summer, but we didn't catch anything. And so it's the first time, like, watching, and you got to remember a child's mindset. A 7-year-old, he's not even 8 yet, reeling up a fish. And even though it's like a maybe 9-inch, 10-inch fish or something like that, feeling that power on the line, something struggling, and having him reel it up and watching it come out of the water, it's just one of these things, like, that only happens once. And that was just he and Dad. That was because the rest of the family wanted to go back to the beach. I'm like, I'm taking my son fishing. We're in South Carolina.
So you had the boat, the Josh Conkey's yacht that
yes.
you was on,
Yes.
and you guys caught how many fish?
We caught 3 fish.
Oh, well, damn.
Yeah, we caught 3 fish.
That's awesome.
And yeah, so it was just great, man. And we had this sweet beach house that we had a pool, our own pool, and so we were close enough to the beach, like 2 football fields away from walking to the beach. So we did that a bunch and swimming and seeing the cousins around each other. And we don't have video games at our house, but my nephew brought PS5.
Oh, yep.
So he got to play PS5 for the first time. He's staying up
over
till
now.
11 o'clock at night, looking like he's on crack, like coming down at
over.
10 o'clock at night, and like with a look in his eyes, and he goes, "I'm having so much fun," just with his cousins. You remember how that can be,
Oh, yeah.
when you're younger. So
You know what's coming for Christmas? Want a PS5, Dad?
Oh, PS5 is coming.
Well, you know what? This is now a topic of conversation because my nephew Bryson, he brings up, he says, hey, Aunt Ashley said, if you guys got a PS5, me and Owen could play each other.
Oh, I love it.
And
The
now
works-
we're talking about
working together.
connecting the cousins, right? And so it was all that fun stuff. But I'm super fired up to be back. I'm thankful to come back to this gig. And man, we have a lot to talk about. Even on the way in, listening to the Nuggets conversation, getting frustrated all over again. And we're gonna carve out some real space here 1 hour from now to really dive through the layers of what's happening and what's not happening. It's kind of a really confusing spot to be, almost among any team in the NBA. The Nuggets trying to, diagnose how they have and have not operated so far this offseason is quite fascinating.